In fact, it's a privilege to welcome Minnesota Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan. She's been active in politics since her time in college at the University of Minnesota. She worked for United States Senator Paul Wellstone and Al Franken, and served 5 years in the Minnesota House of Representatives. And as a member of the White Earth Nation, she is only the second Native American to be elected to a statewide executive office. It's my privilege to welcome the 50th Lieutenant Governor of the state of Minnesota, Peggy Flanagan.
Well, good morning. I'm really happy to be here with all of you, and I will also not pass up an opportunity to talk about the weather this morning, because it's who we are as Minnesotans. My daughter today said, "Mom, it snowed." And I was like, "My girl, this is your 9th spring. This is just going to keep happening. It's who we are, right?" The fall spring, as you mentioned, came, and it's just going to make real spring totally worth it. So happy to welcome the snow here, maybe 1, 2, 3 more times before we get to spring. But I'm really honored and humbled to be here today. And many of you know the governor and I are extroverts. So the last 2 years have been a bit of a challenge. I'm very excited to be here in person with all of you. And I'm grateful for this opportunity to just hear from the leaders who are in this room. And it's critical in this moment that we examine the intersection of sustainability, of innovation and investment, and what that means for our collective future as Minnesotans. I'd also like to thank AURI for your continued work to help develop uses for agricultural products through science and technology, and through the partnerships that you've developed over the years with businesses and entrepreneurs to bring these ideas to reality. I also want to speak to you today about the state of Minnesota's support for food and our ag sector and innovation around bio-based purchasing, clean fuels and carbon, local and regional markets, and product development. Because of innovations like the ones fostered here by AURI, Minnesota continues to be a leader in food and agriculture, the second largest sector of our economy. Minnesota, as you know, also ranks 4th in agricultural exports, with demand for U.S. products expected to increase as well. We also know that right now, Minnesota's ag and food industry supports over 400,000 jobs across the state and has a total economic impact of $112 billion. All of these accomplishments are centered and built upon innovation and progress that's taken place throughout the decades. The Walz-Flanagan administration recognizes the need to support this innovation from the farm to your dinner plate, while keeping in mind the convergence of the environment, agriculture, production, and the end user. Our administration also supports innovation through the items that we purchase. We are committed to sustainable procurement, which looks like making greener, cleaner, and more sustainable purchasing decisions. We can also use our purchasing power to help drive the market for sustainable goods and services. This, in turn, of course, can benefit our agriculture economy. For instance, the Department of Administration's Office of Enterprise Sustainability has set the goal of reducing our state's fleet vehicles use of fossil fuels by 30%. Now, 87% of the total fuel used by the state of Minnesota is biodiesel. Minnesota has been a national leader in renewable fuels and policy development for years. And we also know that this work goes hand in hand with researching clean fuel standards. In our administration, the Department of Agriculture, the Department of Transportation have led a new stakeholder process to identify shared goals and opportunities to inform a new clean fuel standards as one piece of a larger group of strategies to promote economic development, clean transportation, and equity for the state of Minnesota. And we are committed to continuing this work and further exploring this policy lever as another strategy to support jobs and clean energy opportunities for Minnesota. And at the same time, the Minnesota Department of Agriculture is also laser focused on addressing greenhouse gases and utilizing vegetative cover strategies. These strategies are a great example of an activity that can fit into Minnesota's agricultural system and provide multiple environmental benefits. MDA is working on key initiatives to identify and develop markets for perennial crops and cover crops as part of these goals. And we must also look at markets at all levels of our food and ag systems. Minnesota's agricultural landscape includes a vibrant mix of farms and agribusinesses, generating an estimated $184 million in economic activity each year. And this is the only joke that I put in here, so I appreciate just a courtesy laugh. That's no small potatoes. Thank you. And the state's role and goal is to support this critical industry in new and innovative strategies. One example is MDA's focus on the Minnesota Grown Program, where MDA works with local producers on licensing, branding, and promotion to help their products on market. They're also working with the University of Minnesota and others to better support diverse small and mid-sized producers around the state. And they're working with the Minnesota Department of Education to oversee growing partnerships with Minnesota schools to bring locally grown foods to cafeterias and take-home containers around the state. All this work matters, and I know that it doesn't happen without the leadership of the incredible ag sector partners across the state and in this room, and for that we are grateful. And finally, I wanted to take a moment just to highlight a great opportunity that is taking shape in Northwest Minnesota, the new Ag Innovation Campus. We anticipate opening this fall in their first phase, and so we're so excited about the many opportunities that this brings to agriculture. I'm sure there are things that we aren't even thinking of yet today that will come out of this campus, but that's why the Ag Innovation Campus and our revised supplemental budget at $1.5 million, because we believe that this project will be incredible. We're hopeful that this recommendation gets across the finish line in the legislature. We can use your help. And the campus can do good work for the critical support from great leaders and partners like yourselves, like the Minnesota Soybean Growers Research and Promotion Council as well. Through our work discussions like today, we can help Minnesota secure our reputation as a national leader in agriculture. From our farm families, rural communities, urban centers, and companies big and small depend on our forward thinking. So thank you so much for all that you have done. Again, I'm super excited to be here at an in-person event with all of you to talk about this. And as you can see, our Commissioner of Agriculture is right up front here. I'm going to embarrass him for a second. Tom Anderson's sort of everywhere. Right? If you follow his social media accounts, I was like, wait, this guy's everywhere. So we are grateful for your leadership, Commissioner. If you have any hard or difficult questions, he would be very happy to answer them. But thank you so much for all the work that you've done, and thank you in advance for all of the work that we will continue to do together. Thank you so much.
Jennifer. Flanagan, thanks so much for that. And that gets us started. The back page of your program, close to 20 sponsors. AURI's mission, of course, is to add value to ag commodities through innovative ideas. But we also really rely on relationships, partnerships, and collaboration. And as you can see, I just encourage you to check out our sponsors who have made the next 2 days possible, and we appreciate them. And we'll hear more from some of them as the program goes on. But right now, to keep us on time, our first keynote speaker of the New Uses Forum will be looking at the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and the impacts that might have on the future of ag innovation. Jocelyn Brown Hall is the director of the Food and Agricultural Organization of the United Nations, liaison office for North America based out of Washington, D.C. Prior to this role, she served as the deputy regional representative for the FAO, the regional office in Africa, where she oversaw 47 country offices and guided strategy and communications around food security, agriculture, climate change, agri-food trade, animal and plant health. She's also served as the FAO representative for Ghana. And before joining FAO, Jocelyn was deputy administrator in the Foreign Agricultural Service, where she led the USDA's $2 billion food and technical assistance programs in low and middle income countries. She oversaw the world's largest international school meals program, where they served over 4 million school children globally. Please help me virtually welcome Jocelyn Brown Hall.
Thank you so much, everyone, and hello to the great state of Minnesota and everyone there. It's a delight to be with you. I heard you talking about the weather. It's been lovely here in Washington, except today it's not so great, but at least my flowers will make it for another day. Thank you so much for that kind introduction. My name is Jocelyn Brown-Hall. I'm the director of FAO's North America Liaison Office. What does that mean? I can't see you all in the audience. I can't look in your eyes and know whether or not you understand what FAO is, but let me do a little bit of zooming out of FAO and where we sit in the United Nations, and then try to explain it to you why it's important in this conference on agriculture utilization research Institute's conference, and why it's important to you, and what I really hope to get from you during this conference as well. And I hope we can have an exchange. I was told at the top of this that I had 40 minutes to talk, and I thought, what on earth am I going to say about for 40 minutes? And they assured me you would have some great questions. So please live up to the expectations. So the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, it is came out of World War II, 1945. It was mandated in 1946 and the United States and Canada were two major founders of it. It is a technical agency within the UN, so which means that we do technical work. We have data, market information systems, policy briefs that we do. We don't do research itself, but we do learning agendas. We bring together, we convene. We have 130 countries where we are represented. Thank you to the opener about telling you all that I represented the country of Ghana. That's one of 130 countries where we are represented in FAO. I also my COVID story is that I was on a trip to Zimbabwe for work from Ghana, and lockdown occurred while I was in Zimbabwe, so I found myself there for 5 months, found myself serving as the FAO representative to Zimbabwe and the kingdoms of Eswatini and Lesotho when I was there. So we have coverage in countries from Lesotho to Brazil to of course, Canada, the United States, to all over Africa, India, Indonesia. So really long-standing ties. We actually have an office in Ukraine right now where we have 5 international staff members, as well as 76 Ukrainian citizens working on issues regarding agriculture sustainability, which of course brings in innovation and research and utilization. So that's a little bit about FAO. I want to make sure that you understand that the mandate of FAO is even broader than my former beloved agency, which was US Department of Agriculture. And I do want to do a shout out to the Ag Commissioner. I haven't met you yet, hopefully I will, but go Departments of Agriculture at state. Of course, USDA was near and dear to my heart. I worked there for 23 years, and that has, as you probably know, an enormous mandate, everything from forest fires to food safety to entitlements programs to the county offices to extension agents, trade, innovation, biotechnology, research. So that entire mandate is pretty much replicated, with the exception of the actual research itself. That mandate is replicated by FAO. And then on top of that, I'm going to add to that a whole fisheries component. That's an enormous part of our work, given the importance of fisheries to our global diet and to food security, as well as to the economics of many, many coastal countries and small island development states. So that's a little bit, I hope, in a nutshell, of FAO. I'm thinking that you've probably heard of the World Health Organization over the last 2 years with COVID. We'll think of FAO as the agriculture version of that. So if there's agriculture issues that come forward, nutrition issues, forestry issues, fisheries issues, those all fall in our domain. I hope you can hear me. I hear a little bit of noise, but I hope you can hear me. What does my office do in North America, the United States and Canada? Well, the United States and Canada together are the 2 largest donors to the UN Food and Agriculture Organization. Together, they dwarf some of our second donors. And it's really important to understand what's going on here in the United States and Canada. What are the trends? What are the issues? What are the challenges that are being faced here, so that we can reflect back to headquarters, which is in Rome. And I encourage all of you to come see our building in Rome if you ever have the chance. It's right in the center of Rome near the Circus Maximus. And it's important for us to reflect back what's important to American farmers and ranchers and Canadian farmers and ranchers, and then also to hear back what's happening in the rest of the world. And I know as well as you do that there's no one agricultural system. What works in Minnesota doesn't necessarily work in my home state of Ohio, doesn't work in necessarily my husband's home state of Texas, and you amplify that worldwide. We have to have a big tent and make sure that we're accepting and encouraging of a lot of different agricultural systems, especially given that this is not true in the United States, but given that agriculture in the developing world, which is where I just came from, 80% of agriculture there is produced by smallholder farmers. So it's very different. And FAO, we try to have a very broad understanding of all of those challenges. Today's theme of the intersection of sustainability and innovation and investment in food and agriculture is a really important one for us. I don't know whether you in the audience were aware of the United Nations Food Systems Summit that occurred last September. That was run by the Secretary General, and a moment in time where the United Nations broadcasted and understood and did a call to action of countries to recognize that agriculture and food security are not just about production, and they're not just about hoes and seeds, but it is an enormous sector that touches everything from soil to land to water to nutrition to food safety to availability of labor to combating child labor to health, to zoonoses, diseases jumping from animals to humans, to plant diseases, and just this, not finally, but a great understanding across the UN that agriculture is not just a single silo, no pun intended, on its own. And I think that really has opened up a greater understanding of agriculture, and not just, oh, what those farmers do, but that it touches everything that we do, whether, what I like to say is, we breathe it, we wear it, we eat it, we drink it, it has something to do with agriculture. And I really need to make sure that we talk about the sustainability of agriculture. I know that if there are farmers in the audience, or there are people working on mechanization in the audience, or researchers, I know that you share my worry, concern about the future of agriculture. There's some really healthy things and really amazing innovations going on, whether it's nanotechnology, even further uses of biotechnology, precision agriculture, drip agriculture, combining solar agriculture, solar power for agriculture, amazing things going on in the agriculture and food sector. And there are also some really daunting things happening. And read in the New York Times, California is on its third year of drought. If you go over to Africa, the Sahel is going farther and farther down. The desertification of Africa is occurring, obviously, and I can't, you can't miss the fact that we have probably in the first time ever, or certainly in the first time in the century, two agriculture powerhouses, Russia and Ukraine, who are going to have significant effects because of the war in Ukraine. They're going to have significant effects on global prices and availability. I know farmers are thinking right now, do we plant wheat? How do we plant wheat in the summertime when that's not when wheat is planted necessarily? And do I move my acreage from soybeans over to wheat, and what happens, and how am I going to afford fertilizer, and all of those things that are, so we're in a time of great challenges, and yet I think if we focus only on the challenges and don't focus on the innovations, which what this conference is all about, focusing on sustainability and the innovations, we're going to drown in our problems. And there's a lot to be excited about. The United States is at the forefront with a lot of innovations, and I'm looking forward to hearing about them during this conference. And again, we in the US tend to think of innovations either in the high-tech sector, which is understandable. That's where technology was born. And I know that many places such as Minnesota and Indiana and others are trying to be the Silicon Valley of agriculture, and that's wonderful. But innovations can also be small. And I want to talk a little bit about sometimes we need to adapt them to the farmers and ranchers and producers that are out in the fields. For example, something in Ghana, where I was the representative for FAO, something that was kind of revolutionary. There were two issues. One is we had tankards. We taught people aquaculture. Fish is a main part of the diet in Ghana, and yet it is a country where there's only one side of the country is on the coast. So we helped farmers work with aquaculture vats, and then connect those vats and connect the organic matter that came through the water of those vats down into their horticultural plots. And just that simple, getting those nutrients, getting that nitrogen from the aquaculture vats to the plants and the vegetable gardens below, that was a big revolutionary thing. The other one that actually touched me a lot because it affected women was in Africa, throughout Africa and throughout Asia. Smoked fish is an important part of the diet because it's preserved better. And women are generally the smokers in the sense that they do the smoking of the fish. And the average amount of time for smoking of the fish was 9 hours. And in FAO, we developed a kiln that would reduce the 9-hour time to 1 hour, which obviously allows the women to do other things and watch the kiln for 9 hours, but more importantly, addresses their health issues because they were sitting in the carbon monoxide and the fumes coming up. And again, the innovations don't have to be revolutionary. I know that's probably what you're focusing on here, but just bear in mind that rest of world, those 80% of smallholder farmers feeding Africa and Asia are looking for smaller technologies. Drip irrigation was another one, solar powered drip irrigation. When COVID came through, that's something that we did. We pivoted some of our projects to include drip irrigation with the solar power because there were so many power disruptions due to COVID. And because the power was going to the cities to power up the hospitals and testing centers and things like that. So as you know, farmers and ranchers and producers and growers are flexible and resilient lot. It's part of the job, and FAO is here to understand what the challenges are, but also spread the word on the innovations as well. So I also want to go back to an issue around sustainabilities, and I think agriculture in the climate change discussion often gets a bad rap. I can't see any nodding heads or if you agree with me or not, but that's my professional opinion, is that agriculture kind of gets a bad rap in this area. And I want to talk a little bit about some of the things that FAO is trying to do with the private sector here. We have an agreement with the Global Dairy Platform. I know that there are few Minnesota dairy farmers, so I'm assuming there might be some out there with this interest, working with the Global Dairy Platform to reduce the emissions of methane coming out of the dairy and cattle industries. And for those of you who are not familiar with kind of developing country economics, small cattle, small ruminants are not just important, but essential parts of families' insurance policies. It's essentially, if you have a goat, if you have a sheep, if you have a cow, you have an insurance policy that either you'll get dairy and or meat from that and or be able to breed it. And then along those lines, if things get really bad, which they are in some parts of the Middle East right now, particularly in Syria, Yemen, and Afghanistan, you can sell that cattle. So it's really an important insurance policy. So this, we in FAO need to make sure that the clarion calls for reducing meat eating could have adverse effects for the neediest of people and the smallholder ranchers. And of course, for many parts of the world, especially the Horn of Africa, Somalia, Sudan, South Sudan, and Ethiopia, where there's incredibly high rates of food insecurity, those small ruminants, those cattle, things like that are incredibly important economic development aspects or income generation for those people. So we're really trying to find that fine line in FAO about how to bring solutions to, I know we can reduce methane emissions in the cattle industry through new feed and other methane capture innovations. So I'm hoping that I get to hear about some of those and we can talk about those challenges. The other thing I wanted to mention is in the agriculture sphere, interestingly enough, one area that is actually a big greenhouse gas emitter in agriculture is food loss and waste. People may not be aware that food loss and waste coming out of landfills is a pretty significant emitter in North America for greenhouse gas emissions. And we need to do some work with our consumers and our food chains here in North America about how they can reduce those emissions. FAO is partnering with some food heroes. We've got a wonderful woman named Passion Murray in Detroit who's trying to compost food loss in Detroit and put it back into the soil. We've got another one, Monique Chan, out in the Washington State area, who is working on taking food that may not look right for your average, I don't know what your Minnesota store is. We've got Safeway and Whole Foods here, but trying to take those bruised or misshapen goods and really put them to use through consumers. So those are just little tidbits, little stories of things that we're trying to do. But we want to make sure that people know that 1/3 of the food produced annually does go to waste, and we need to capture that for the nearly 1 billion people in the world who do not have enough food to eat. And I realize as I say that, that's almost a simplistic way because there's so many different factors that go into it. But I think if we keep on that point of we create enough food, we can grow it, we know how to grow it, and American farmers and ranchers are at the forefront of that, that we can actually feed the world. I want to kind of round this out with a little bit around investment in agriculture. Obviously, you can't do innovations and sustainability without investing in agriculture. And I know that the public investment in agriculture is far exceeded by the private investment, which is a really exciting part here in the United States to demonstrate where the private sector is part of the solution. We in FAO have a kind of new view of investment on agriculture. It is something that our Director General, who is our highest ranking person, is keenly aware of, wants to bring in US and Canadian, I always have to say that, US and Canadian investment into developing countries. We want to play a matchmaking role on that. There are a lot of opportunities. Some of the most fertile land in the world outside of the United States is in Africa, for example, in Sudan. Some of it's also in Ukraine, which is, as we all know, having a very difficult agriculture season right now. So we want to bring that. And if you have any ideas on investment or want to talk to my office further about that, we are here to discuss that with you. We want to engage with the private sector. I think if you had some experience with FAO before this talk and meeting me, you might know that FAO was more focused on smallholder farmers and kind of viewed the private sector with a little bit of a critical eye. That has changed, and both with our Director General as well as our Deputy Director General, Beth Bechtel, who comes from the Indiana private sector. She was the CEO of Agronovis. So I want to make sure that you hear that message and understand that we want to talk to the private sector, whether that private sector be a single farmer or that private sector be a company. We want to hear what's going on, and we want to engage. So we think that the private sector has to be part of the solution, and we think that the private sector has a lot of exciting solutions to bring to the multilateral institutions such as FAO. I'm going to close out with, I can't imagine that you're not falling asleep a little bit with what I have to say, because you know, you can only listen to people so long. I'm going to close out with a little bit of a personal note on my part. I started out my career as a Peace Corps volunteer on the border of Pakistan and Afghanistan. It's a place you can no longer go to for security purposes. I was an English major in college, and I taught English to agricultural professors at what was then the Northwest Frontier Province of Pakistan. It was a project run by University of Illinois, and that really opened my eyes about the breadth and the depth of agriculture. And I look back in 1998 when I first started in this area and where I am today, and I only have a lot of gray hair and wrinkles, but agriculture has changed so much. The Farm Bill has changed several times over. We have, you know, GPS in agriculture. We have obviously biotechnology, but now CRISPR and other gene editing, and it's just an exciting field. And I look forward to talking to you about it, and knowing that, you know, agriculture is not your grandmother's agriculture anymore, with no discredit or no disrespect to that, but we're in a whole new field and a whole new time, and it's an exciting time, and we want to bring other people into anything that touches from the soil and the seed all the way to the consumer's plate is something that FAO wants to be involved with and wants to talk to you about. So with that, I hope that you'll ask me more questions and not let me ramble on too long. And I look forward to this conference, and I'm just excited to be here with the great state of Minnesota. Thank you.
Thank you, Jocelyn. Let's give her a hand. So we have an expert in the field here. If anyone has a question that they would like to ask and keep that conversation going. You talked about sustainability and resiliency in agriculture, Jocelyn. How's the United States, or maybe North America, doing in FAO's opinion? Are we taking the steps that are needed to develop sustainability?
I would say in the US, I mean, that's a kind of a big question. Can you hear me? Oh, can you hear me? Okay. I would say in the US, I mean, I think there's some big steps being taken. And, you know, as a UN member, I am not supposed to comment on different parties. That's part of our neutrality, but there's a Farm Bill coming up, and I know that there's a lot. I was just on the Hill last week, and there's a lot of discussions around climate change and conservation. But I think United States needs to also recognize that there is food insecurity here, and it's not just out there. It's right here at home, and we have the tools. There is enough food. There are the programs, the entitlement programs that can help with very low income people. There are other programs in USDA and in departments of agriculture that can keep farmers going and launch new farmers. But I do want to touch a little bit on resiliency out there, outside of the United States. Essentially, the global approach to humanitarian crisis, such as the one in Ukraine right now, is to address it with, and understandably so, tents, water, shelter, vaccines or medicine, and some like food, direct feeding. And the reality is that Ukraine is just one of 10 major crises we've got going on right now. Yemen, Syria, Somalia, Afghanistan, the dry corridor down in the Northern Triangle in Central America, there are 10 major crises going on, and the donor community, of which the United States is a lead, continues to focus on shelter, water, tents, medicine, and food assistance. And the reality is that if people could grow their own food where they are, they would have a better chance of survival. And we know that it costs less to give people seeds and maybe a goat or a sheep and some livestock medicines and a little bit of fertilizer. It costs way less for us to do that, and we can feed way more people than it does for us to go to the market and buy the French, Russian, European wheat off the market and feed it to those people. And I think that's where it gets very frustrating in the donor community and in the resilience, because we know how to do resilience. And we know that agriculture does create development, economic development in rural communities. The United States is a proof of concept of that. But we can't seem to get that message across in the international donor community. So I look to you all, either the private sector or states departments, to help us make that case. Sorry, that was a long answer to a short question.
We're going to remind those who are joining us virtually that you can ask your questions as well through the Q&A. And we encourage you to do that. If you have a question real quick, we'll try to get it answered. Anybody in the audience here that would like to ask Tim? I see you got your hand up, so I'm supposed to not move too quickly, I guess. This is all new to me too.
Good morning, and thank you for a great presentation. And I'm just wondering if I could push you a little bit further on resiliency and sustainability. It's no surprise to you, obviously, and anybody else in this room, that the United Nations climate reports have indicated we're on a red alert. And I'm just wondering if, from your macro perspective, you might have any thoughts about kind of a greater cohesiveness in approaches that we might be able to use to more rapidly cut down on the GHG emissions. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. And I hope I'm answering your question. It's a big one. Let me give it a shot. So in the international fora, and we quickly in the United Nations can get into acronym alphabet soup. So I'll try my hardest, but I think you may be aware that there was what we call the COP26 last September in Glasgow, which the Committee on Parties coming together, the heads of state to come in and address the climate change issues. And of note was the fact that there was no stream for agriculture. And we know that agriculture is both a contributor and a casualty of climate change. The next meeting of this heads of states will happen this September in Egypt. There is going to be an agricultural stream. But my first point is we need in agriculture to address this at our level, the multilateral level. We need to hear from member states such as the United States, and the United States needs to hear from citizens such as yourselves. That agriculture has to be part of the solution. I talked a little bit earlier about greenhouse gas emissions from cattle and dairy. There are some very old and tired, I think, criticisms that come through that we need to address. One is that there's a lot going on in the cattle industry and the dairy industry to try to reduce greenhouse gas emissions through innovations. And the second one is that it's broader than that, and we can go quickly into like carbon markets and things like that, which I'm not qualified to speak to. But I think my first point is sharpen your elbows and get agriculture on the discussion table, because otherwise it gets taken over by fossil fuels and coal, important parts of climate change. But because we're the one sector that both contributes and is a victim of climate change because of the changing weather patterns and soils and unpredictability, and because of the unpredictability of agriculture production, we really need to have our voices advocated for. So help us help you. I hope I answered some of your question.
We have another question here at this table.
Thank you for joining us this morning. You referred to the need for investment, to attract investment from the United States and Canada to really support the world. My question to you is, how may we attract investment to the United States, and more specifically Minnesota, to help support the innovation that can help feed, clothe, and fuel the world?
You broke up a little bit. It was how can FAO help investment in Minnesota? Is that a little bit of how was the question? Okay. Hopefully, the United States and states departments of agriculture have, and if you go to another country and you see what they have, you all have resources that are far outweigh. But there are some wonderful things about, there are great opportunities in agriculture in Minnesota. I think that there would be definitely interest in, from certain parts of the world. I would say, to be able to invest in Minnesota, you're going to have to come from a developed or higher income developing country. So first things first, I would try to match you up with European and or Middle Eastern investors, and of course some Asian investors as well. But I think that has, I don't want to go down that road too much right now, because that can get very complicated. But I think that Minnesota has wonderful things to offer, and I would try to just have a smaller meeting with you about what kinds of things you're interested in and how I can help you amplify that and help broadcast what specific things there are in Minnesota. I mean, when I think of Minnesota, I think of wheat, I think of dairy, I think of some, like apples, some production of the northern crops, but I'm sure there's a lot more out there, and I would really welcome the opportunity to be able to talk to you about that.
Very good. Last chance on a question for Jocelyn. Otherwise, we will be moving the new uses forum on to the next segment. We do have a question, middle of the room, so we'll, sorry, Jen, you'll have to wait to the next panel. We'll get one more question in here, and then we'll be moving on.
Something that's happening in Minnesota is, and the United States is bringing in industrial hemp as a crop that could feed people and feed livestock. What are you doing in the UN throughout the world in terms of using industrial hemp to feed people and animals?
Yeah. So you may have heard there was a whole fuel versus food debate going on in the UN, and that got very controversial. And I think that this would kind of could fall in that area. We are all about how to best do sustainable agriculture for all of its uses. So the FAO does not take an approach on, oh, land can only be used for food, or land, can't be used for industrial purposes. Hemp, I think you said hemp. It's a little bit hard to hear because you're turned away from me on the camera, but I will go back to you and find out more about hemp. I know personally, we've worked on other industrial uses, crops in Africa, ones that, I don't know if you know, moringa or other jatropha. These are more specific to Africa, but we are definitely supportive of, and I'll just have to go back and find out who does hemp in FAO. I'm sure we've got somebody, and I will get back to you on that. I'd love to hear what's going on in Minnesota. When I started this particular job in June of 2021, we're still under lockdown, and I've only yet been to Iowa in the last 9 months, but I promise I'm coming out, and I would love to meet all of you when I get there.
Thank you for your time today, Jocelyn. Ron Hall, let's thank her for joining us virtually today and sharing what's going on at the United Nations. Always a chance to thank sponsors and those who are making today's event possible as well. So I continue to encourage that. It's time for our first panel discussion of the day. And I should say this to other panelists who are going to be up here later today. I should have said this at the beginning. But when your panel is next, if you would go over into the bullpen there where we allow people to warm up and just kind of gather some strength and some security with others, and huddle up for a second. If you know that your panel is next, if you could move over there, then we can count noses as well and know that we're ready to go. But to lead our discussion on forward-looking innovation, we welcome Federico Tripodi. Federico is the CEO and founder of Blacktop Holdings LLC, where they help to build companies and collaborate with those who are trying to build companies. Throughout his career in the ag, biotech, and seed industry, he has gained extensive leadership experience in agricultural and food R&D and product development. And for full disclosure, Federico is also serving as the chair of the AURI Board of Directors. Federico?
Thank you, Dan. Good morning, everyone. Got our panelists coming over here. Yep. Okay. So good morning, everyone in the room, everyone online. Today, we're going to talk about Bruno. Dan is giving me the signal, no, we don't talk about Bruno. So we are talking about my two favorite topics, though. Innovation in our space and the future and our future outlook. And for that, we have three panelists. And we're going to engage in a dialogue about what do we see for the future in our state. Our panelists are sitting here. David Laird is the principal at the DLR Group. David is the vice president and principal of DLR Group, one of the world's largest and premier architectural and engineering firms. He is the chief architect for the Mall of America and leads the firm's regional mixed-use practice. Throughout his career, David has built a reputation of design integrity for complex, mixed-use urban projects and is licensed in 30 states. Peter Frosch, the CEO of Greater MSP, the Minnesota-St. Paul Regional Economic Development Partnership. Peter has been 9 years with Greater MSP, 3 serving as the CEO. Prior to that, he has experience as legislative director at the U.S. House of Representatives and as director of environmental policy program here at Minnesota. Peter has a degree of history in American Studies from Northwestern University and international relations in Dublin City University. And last but not least, Commissioner Tom Peterson, who we were encouraged to ask really hard questions of today. So we'll be kind on you, Commissioner. Tom Peterson was appointed commissioner for the Minnesota Department of Agriculture by Governor Tim Walz in 2019. Before being appointed commissioner, Peterson served as director of the government relations for Minnesota Farmers Union since 2002, working on behalf of farmer members both in Washington, D.C. and St. Paul. He has a wide range of experiences in state and federal farm policy and travels to almost every county in Minnesota each year to fully understand how these policies affect farmers' daily lives. Commissioner Peterson received his associate degrees from Normandale Community College and studied at both the University of Minnesota and the University of Georgia. Welcome all three panelists. And our format today will be a brief presentation by each panelist, followed by a few questions and discussion with the audience. We asked each one of them to think about some of the things their current organizations are working on today that will help reshape the future of food and agriculture in our state. And I think now this is what they have to share. And we're going to start with Commissioner Peterson.
Okay. Well, thank you, Federico, and thank you, everybody. And I don't know if somebody has my slides. Is this green? Okay. Does it go forward? Let's see. I'll try to go to the next slide, or it's not working. Well, good to see everybody, and it's great to be here. And just, I keep thinking about changing what I want to say as I was listening to Jocelyn and looking at who's in the room, and you know, it's just great to be up here with everybody. And so I'm just going to jump right in, because I just have a couple of minutes, and I think there's a lot of things that I want to talk to you about. What we do as the Department of Agriculture, some of the things that we see as we think about new uses, what's on the horizon, what we could use help from all of you on, and how we put all these great minds together and think about all the different things. So first and foremost, I'm really proud of all the things that we do have at the Department of Agriculture to help build out new ideas and things that people are thinking of, expand our businesses. And so we start with our grants that we have at the Department of Agriculture. We're very fortunate, maybe some of the best in the whole country, that we have livestock and meat processing grants. That's just a top priority for our department. It was before COVID. You know, I'll say this, COVID really changed how gives us an opportunity to look at our food systems. It really is changing, and there's so much going on right now in meat processing. I got a call this morning at 7:30 from a gentleman who looks like my mic cut out maybe. I'll just keep talking. Everybody can hear me okay? Yeah. Let me take that one. Okay. And so I got a call this morning from a gentleman who wants to, he has a smaller custom plant. He wants to enlarge his plant and go to an equal to and slaughter more animals. And he needs to know, like, who does he work with in our staff? What money's available? How are all these things going to match? And so the department has a good suite of programs, including a livestock grant, a value-added grant. Our value-added grant is a great grant. Many of you are probably familiar with it. One of my favorite things to do before I was commissioner was to be on the panel that scores the grants. We use external evaluators for those grants, and it was really interesting. It's exciting to see all the grants that we get in, because you see all the ideas and things that people are thinking of doing in Minnesota. And so that continues to be very popular. And I'm always excited to see what's going to come out of that grant. But we always want to talk about how that works. We have Ashley Bress, who works over that, is here today. Just always a great thing. We have our new markets program too. We also, I see Brian was here. There he is, he's in the back, Brian Erickson, and really works with trying to figure out how do we build some of these new markets, how do we expand. And during COVID, this was one of the grants where people would email me that got one and they would say, this transformed my farm business. And so I always look at what are the things that we have. We have our Rural Finance Authority. It's kind of our bank at the department that makes loans to farmers. One of the ones that's not on here is it's called a farm opportunity loan. So if you want to expand your farm business, this is one that we're really looking at and trying to see some interest in. And then we have food system planning grants. Let's see, why is this not going? Anybody else move it to the next slide? Oh, there we go. Okay, the Ag Water Certification Program. I want to mention this because we have an Ag Water Quality Certification Program at the department that recognizes practices that farmers are doing on their farm. And I want to mention this because I think in new uses and everything else we're looking at, we have to look at how we're producing our crops in the country. We mentioned trade in the last one. When we were in the UK with the governor last month, or a couple months ago, they're really looking at how are they producing our crops, what goes into it, what are the things that we're doing. And I'm very excited about this. We have over 1,100 producers in it, 831,000 acres enrolled. But what I see too is we see companies coming to us, we see other countries asking about this program. And I think this is going to be the future. You know, the UK is going away from direct payment type systems to their farmers and going to environmentally based payments, which are going to be tied back to food. And so I encourage people to check that out. Next slide. Let me see here. For some reason, okay. Another thing I want to just mention too is emerging farmer efforts that we have within our state. We're really trying to build who's a farmer in Minnesota, provide opportunities for people that want to get into farming. Commissioner Bailey's here in the middle, and he's led that effort for us. And we're very excited to see that. We look around the changing face of farmers in Minnesota, and we look at who's getting into farming. Minnesota Grown was mentioned by the Lieutenant Governor. Just all the opportunities that people are getting in agriculture. One other thing that we have in new uses that we look at is we look at our cottage food industry in Minnesota. So people that you think of, your aunt that makes jellies and sells them at a flea market. that's getting to be huge. I think it has almost doubled our numbers in the last 5 years. I think we're about 6,000 people right now that hold a cottage food license in Minnesota. So I think it's interesting as we were to look at those people, because a lot of those a lot of them are just gonna stay in that couple $1,000 category selling jams and jellies, but a lot of them have a dream to move into a new use. And so I think that's something that I think we can really dig into more with AURI and other groups. And so our emerging farmers work, I think, is very exciting. Next slide, if I can, there we go. And then just continuing on some of the things the department offers, a cost share program, financial assistance to our food and beverage companies, our Minnesota pavilions. I was just reading, I think it was Brian's report from last week, where we help people get to these pavilions and pay the assistance, but help bring them together. But those businesses could sit down with like Costco and help build a Minnesota business. And so I think that's a great thing the department does. And my last slide, please. And then just also support for new crops. We were just mentioning Forever Green. Many of you are familiar with really a move to perennial crops, healthy soils. How we tie healthy soils into all that is really something that's really popular. And then hemp, we could talk about all day. Hemp is like one of my favorite topics. You know, I worked on it for 15 years before it passed. And, you know, we really talked all those 15 years. We didn't talk about CBD. We talked about all the other great uses we thought were going to develop. But the CBD is where the market is right now. But all these other things are coming along. So those are just kind of some of the things that I think that it's helpful for you to know that we're working on. But there's many other things like proteins, biofuels, biogas, aquaculture that I'm very excited about, and I look forward to visiting with all of you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And we'll have quite time for questions. And we're going to hear from Peter from Greater MSP. Peter?
Thanks for the invitation. I'm excited to be on a panel. This is the first time in a couple of years, so we're going to flex some more muscles here. I want to introduce Greater MSP fairly quickly, and then we can get to questions. The slide's not advancing. Go to the next one. Next slide. Okay, so some of you may be familiar with Greater MSP. We're the Regional Economic Development Partnership for the metro region. So it's not the Met Council, 7 counties, it's the 14 counties, the metropolitan statistical areas. So it stretches north and south and west and gets into agricultural areas. But the point of Greater MSP is to bring leaders and organizations together to do the big things they can't do alone, to accelerate our global competitiveness and innovation and drive improved economic growth. Maybe next slide. Thanks. So this is a picture of Greater MSP. You see the scope and the structure. And the thing to call out here is MBOL. So going back to 2013, there was strategy work done for the first time where leaders from Minneapolis and St. Paul came together from all sectors, including the CEO of Cargill and CEO of Ecolab and others, and said, we need a plan for how we're going to compete as a region around the world. And out of that analysis came this look at food and agriculture and said, you know, we have an opportunity in this region and state that's really different from what our competitors in, say, Seattle or Dallas or Chicago or other states have because of our concentration of food and agriculture companies. Let's see what we can do with that. So that conversation started in 2013 based on some really rigorous analysis. It took about 7 years to run that down. AURI was a huge leader and partner in that work, as was Grow North. And what we produced together is this thing called MBOL, which is a platform, in our words, of leaders and organizations that have come together to do big things, deliver big projects together to drive innovation. Innovation is one of the kind of themes here that we're hearing about. So there's big kind of work going on in the state related to soil health, some aggressive pilots there connected to MBOL, working on entrepreneurship and food and agriculture companies with things like the Bold Growth effort that AURI and Grow North have run. Many of you might have been a part of that. There are other big exciting things happening there too. You're going to be hearing more about like a big innovative like in North America, approach to recycling plastics off of agriculture in the food and ag system. So that's a major point of connectivity, and it's a big opportunity to connect what's going on in the metro to what's going on in the rest of the state and really accelerate innovation. Protein, and we're talking about what's next, whether kind of innovative, sources of meat or plant-based proteins, huge growing, area in agriculture. And there's a lot going on related to MBOL. Another area to touch on is the research and intelligence work and the strategy work that Greater MSP does. And out of that space came a federal proposal we submitted last week to this national competition called Build Back Better. You may have heard about. It's not the budget that's still hung up. It's everything's called Build Back Better, right? The Biden administration. So this is the thing. It was $1 billion in the U.S. Economic Development Administration, first of its kind national competition. They're going to award 20 to 30 regions across the country up to $75 million to catalyze a sector of strength. They've never done anything like this, and it's a super intense competition. It was a huge all-in effort. 529 applications went in to phase 1 in October. 60 were selected for phase 2. The one from our region and state was one of those 60. We just submitted it last week. The focus sector that we chose is bioinnovation. This might be a takeaway for you here too. This idea that the McKinsey and Company released this report a couple of years ago called the Biorevolution. And that was based on a lot of analysis about what's happening to big industries and sectors in the world because of advances in biological sciences combined with computing power. So shift to digital, AI, others. And their finding was changes in bio are going to majorly disrupt two big sectors of strength that matter in Minnesota: human health and food and agriculture. So they identified 400 use cases, in their words, of ways that existing technology, not like someday, but things that exist today, could take root in human health and food and ag. It was really about food and ag and health. And so we said, all right, well, those are the things that Minnesota is strong in today. We have a lot to gain and we have a lot to lose. If we're not leading the disruption in those sectors, we're going to be disrupted, and we can't be in that position. So let's grab a hold of this thing. Let's rally everybody up. And we put in this application where it's a $57 million federal ask for 7 different projects across the region and state related to bioinnovation, including one through MBOL that's focused on plant protein development, involving University of Minnesota, AURI, and many others. What was exciting about that proposal, we'll see if we win or not, but $2.1 billion of commitments went in with that proposal. We got 61 letters of support from all kinds of companies and the university and other entities saying, if the federal government puts in this 57 million, we've got 2.1 billion that are coming in, 3,200 additional jobs, and almost 5 million square feet of new facilities people said they'd build related to bio. So it was kind of this rally point to say, like, we got to pick a direction where we're going to lead and grow. And that bio space, it's stuck. So people are excited about this. And we talk about new uses. I was flipping through the AURI annual report, and there's a big focus on bio. That's a way we should be and can be talking about agriculture, the future agriculture. I think there's a lot to work on there together. Over to you, David.
Thank you. Go ahead, David. As we pull up the slide, Federico, thank you for the nice introduction, but I'm here wearing a different hat today. And that hat is basically the chair of the board of our Minnesota USA Expo Committee, trying to win a bid for a World's Fair. And, a decade ago, a small group of us got together and said, what's next? What's after a Super Bowl or a Final Four? What puts us on the globe in a more competitive way? What do we do here in Minnesota? And it led us to a journey on trying to be a bidder for hosting the World's Fair in 2027. Our theme is on healthy people and healthy planet. It's a connection here, as Peter had just mentioned, on health and agriculture, and I'll cover a couple of details here. And we'll just kind of I'll ask for advance of the slide. Next slide, please. So the first question I always get, are they still doing World's Fairs, these World's Expos? And the answer is yes, the US pulled away, but the world has not. In fact, last month, I led a delegation with Senator Klobuchar and Secretary of Agriculture Bill Sapp to Dubai, in which they've had 19 million people visit Dubai during this pandemic at their World Expo. And so these expos occur, big ones every 0 and 5 years, and ours is in between that time. In 2015, I led 4 delegations from Minnesota to Milan. Their theme in Milan was on food. Imagine that, Italy and food. You know, it's a perfect combination. But during that course of 2,500 B2B meetings on food and agriculture in Milan, I was also one of the signatories to the UN International Food Security Council and their documents to advance food security in 2015. So these are moments in time in which the world gets together and advances our theme and our topics in a significant way. The previous speaker, the keynote speaker on the United Nations integration on the Sustainable Development Goals is what we're linked at, on especially Sustainable Development Goal number 3, health for all. Next slide, please. So, you know, our slide here kind of contains, there we go, on healthy people, healthy planet. This would be the first in a 175-year history of World Expos that would focus solely on health and healthy planet. And the relevance of this is that it's a significant part of the economic activity that occurred. It is an incredible point in time, especially with this pandemic. Back in 2016, when we selected this theme of healthy people, healthy planet, there was no pandemic in anyone's horizon. And yet here we are today. The pandemic alone has shortened life expectancy across the globe, has created enormous disruptions in our supply chains, and really exacerbated malnourishment, especially among children. So how do we address that in today's context through a World Expo? What does that really mean? Next slide, please. Thank you. Or for us, what a Expo in 2027 would mean would be about 93 days in the summer of 2027. And we would anticipate maybe as much as the most we could ever have in sort of an area would be 62 acres. All countries competing are limited to that kind of containment. But we would anticipate about 6.5 million visitors, and each person would come about 2 days. So we'd have over 13 million visits during that time period. And as we look at online resources, which hasn't been done too often, or really not much at all, we anticipate more than 1 billion online participants at the same time. And we anticipate more than a $2 billion return on investment for this kind of expo activity here in Minnesota. So next slide, please. Our approach has been really simple. We're going to tell our story here in Minnesota about what our strengths are, about food, agriculture, water, health. And we're going to invite the world here. We anticipate more than 130 countries to come to Minnesota in the summer of 2027 and tell their story about health and food and water and what they're doing in their country. And these are so important about these kind of topics and inviting the world here to tell that story and be part of the global discussion. We anticipate for the run-up, after winning the bid, for the run-up to 2027 to be the host of international conferences and symposiums, and to take what happens after 2027 and build upon that as a platform for the future here in Minnesota. Next slide, please. In addition to all of our resources, natural resources, food and agriculture resources we have here, we also have some kind of stellar points already achieved in the world. We have one of the largest concentrations of Nobel Award winners here through the University of Minnesota. And the University of Minnesota is recognized as a leader in technology transfer and in research grants. Mayo Clinic is already recognized as the world's top hospital. We already have the med tech industry, Medical Alley, that concentration of venture capital and innovation that's occurring in the med tech industry is like top notch. And those are already at the peak, but we want to elevate that even further. And that's the purpose of hosting our expo here and telling our story. Next slide, please. A couple of things by the numbers, these are important things because we always get down to what does this really mean? And that is, with 13 million people, each of these visitors would be contributing about $103 per visitor into the tax base, which adds up quite a bit in a big hurry. We anticipate 90% of the visitors would be non-residents of the state of Minnesota. So these are people coming in from the Midwest primarily and internationally. And from all those things, it really leads us to the economics of it. But this is a once in a generation lifetime opportunity for us to set our course. One more slide here. I want to just say that our vote for our bid will occur in June of 2023. We have 4 other countries competing against us for that time. They include Spain, Thailand, Croatia, and Argentina. And I really look forward to your questions and your support for our bid effort. Thank you.
Well, thank you, David, Peter, and Commissioner Peterson. I actually, before moving to Minnesota 6 years ago, I lived for a long time in St. Louis, which had the World Fair in 1904. And 100 years later, you could still see the impact the World Fair had in St. Louis. And I do have to admit that I'm native from Argentina, but you do have my vote here for Minnesota. So my alliance is with the state now. I have a couple of questions for the 3 of you, and maybe we'll keep it as a dialogue, and then we'll open the mic because I'm sure there's a lot of questions in the audience around some of the things that we're doing. But I think when we think about the future and the future measured in the next 3 decades, what do you think looks different about the agricultural and food sectors?
Well, it's something I think we think about all the time, and I think that, for our administration, trying to really think about the climate discussion is always really top of mind in this, and looking at, how not always is a negative thing. I think a lot of times people think of climate too as and I really think in our food and ag systems like that there's a lot of possibilities and a lot of things that we can be doing there. And so I think that the other big trend, I've really seen in the food system is people wanting to know how their food is produced, what goes into it, and really caring about that. And so we also have to know that we have to, at the same time, produce a lot of food. I thought it was really interesting being in the UK and Finland when we went, because with the governor, because both of those countries are about the same size as Minnesota, but geographically wise, we have 5.7 million people. Finland has like 5.5 million people, but the UK has like 67 million people. And I always think it was interesting because they would say, like, meeting with their state government, their government and everything, that they would run out of food on August 11th every year if they produced everything that they needed per year. And so you look at what is, the United States role in providing food for global countries. So when we do trade missions, whether it's Peru or Colombia, Taiwan, all these different countries, I think it's really going to be interesting that, we're continuing to get better at growing and producing every type of food we have, whether it's crops or livestock. But the way we produce them, I think, is going to continue to grow and to change. And so I look at a lot of times at the European countries at whether it's sustainable methods, whether it's parameters on how we raise livestock, but then how we do it in a way that really impacts our climate. And so I think it's exciting, but also an interesting time to be in agriculture. So I'll just kind of leave it at that. But yep.
Thank you, Commissioner. David, I'm going to pick on you a little bit here, but what do you think are some areas of strength our state has today in this space, and what are some things that we could do to leverage them and advance them?
One of the things that's really clear is that we have a lot of resources here that we are proud of as local residents, but we don't really tell the world, getting the word out to the rest of the world about the great natural resources we have, the healthy communities that we already have, the lifestyles that we have involved. We have some work to do in our communities to kind of rebuild communities, but we have a lot of things going for us that are strengths. And so certainly one of the things is to get the word out. And, you know, the idea of a World's Fair or hosting the world here is one big way to get the word out about what we have to share, to bring there. We have some really natural alignments of things with not just our state resources, but the people resources. The University of Minnesota is a leader in many of the innovations that occur around the state, and that technology transfer out of the university into private businesses and to all sorts of different things are important. And then I should say, as I pitched this idea for a number of years, Minnesota has a remarkable diversity of people that live here. There are this, you know, groups of folks that are living here from around the world, and relying on that diversity and strength of people and attracting people here to Minnesota to extend that. I think about kids who are in 7th grade today would be graduating as we host our World's Fair. And what does that composition of 7th graders look like in our schools today? So those are, we have so many kind of gifts and blessings and talents here to draw upon. And it's a matter of kind of working together as a community to kind of harness those for the future.
When we think about the barriers that agriculture and food innovation faces in our country, could you think about what are some of those barriers and what can Minnesota do to increase its competitiveness by overcoming some of them? Opening up to any of you here. You got the easy one, Peter.
I don't know, that seems to me like a commissioner question. But I mean, one way to answer that is like think about the change that's happening right at this moment. So, you know, we think about the war in Ukraine, and there are going to be all these immediate supply challenges. But I think that a trend that Grimace P was seeing in the deal flow work that we do with businesses around the country and the world, that even before the pandemic, there was starting to be some rethinking about supply chains and security, and then the pandemic radically accelerated that. So supply chains used to be defined as just its efficiency and cost. And then a lot of companies that we're working with here realize it doesn't matter what cost, you can't get it. You can't do your business. And when we think about food and agriculture, you know, we're talking about, it's like medicine, critical inputs. And so I think what we're seeing with the war in Ukraine is building and accelerating a trend that started with the pandemic just a couple of years ago about rethinking globalization and connectivity and rethinking the balance of efficiency versus security and resiliency and redundancy. And I think that for the US, that creates a lot of opportunities. And for US agriculture, it might create, it might help change the way we're thinking about what needs to happen here. That we need to have the solutions, and you know, do we need to be thinking about, or do we have the supply of everything we need, you know, for all of our core industries and population. So I think that globalization piece is something to watch really closely. And we just also want to jump on this climate issue and think about challenges and barriers. I mean, no one has the answer to a complex challenge like adapting to climate, but the places that become hubs of where those solutions are generated are going to win in a very, very big way. You know, we're going to be working for 100 years as kind of our top priority to figure out how to address the challenge of global climate change, both from mitigation and adaptation. I think two totally fundamental shifts that we have to achieve as humanity. One is like where we get our electricity, and the other is how we feed ourselves with protein. And there's something happening in this state right now related to that protein revolution that is really fundamental to this global challenge. So that is a global barrier. We're seeing tons of investment going into that space, and it feels like a really good bet for us to double down on in Minnesota.
Thank you, Peter. We're going to open up for questions in the room and online. I see Dan there with a microphone. So any questions in the room or online?
Yeah, just don't be shy. Raise your hand. Hank is helping on the other end of the room this time. I went from trying to run from one end to the other. Now I've got two people in line that want to do mic running. So we've got all kinds of help here, and I appreciate that. Let me ask you three. I mean, you all have some tools that are important to move innovation forward. How well do you know each other? And how often do you get together, or are you in each other's worlds quite a bit?
Well, David and I talk pretty regularly.
Yeah, pretty regularly with Peter and I. Meeting the commissioner for the first time in person today, but through phone calls, and also a lot of the initiatives that are occurring through the governor's office we're in sync on many of those items, on a pretty regular basis.
You and I were together in the UK. You mentioned the trade mission. We were in the UK. We were in Finland. Selling Minnesota. We have St. Paul Rogers, the whole state. There was an egg track. There was a med device track, which is where I spent more of my time. But just this week, I had a conversation with one of the ag tech companies that we met at a hotel in Helsinki that has a really interesting technology, but they don't have a market. So they're interested, they know about the companies here, and they're reaching out, and we're exploring how they might establish an operation here based in North America to grow their technology. So we spent a little time together and have known each other for a while.
Yeah, no, and like that's kind of like they said, like trying to support the World's Fair mostly through the governor's office and the administration. I think that's really, helpful. And then I think our staff too, we follow closely what Greater MSP does, and very helpful. And Peter and I have known each other a very, very long time actually. So, work together on stuff.
A reminder to those who are watching virtually, your Q&A portal is how you can ask a question today, and Dan will let us know if a question comes in there, and we'll get it asked. Anybody else that want to ask a question of this panel?
We have a silent room. I actually have a question because I was listening to the Lieutenant Governor speak this morning, and there are some great statistics about our state, how we're the fourth largest exporter. I had a few others myself, how Minneapolis itself typically ranks amongst the best cities for startups in the Midwest. In Minnesota, despite the pandemic, Minnesota saw over $1 billion invested in startups in 2021 alone. Yet, when I talk to entrepreneurs outside of the state and some of my network of innovators outside of Minnesota, they're unaware of all this. I've heard this expression, the best kept secret. So what can we do to change that?
Well, I think it goes back to even the last question too on barriers, that we face sometimes, and we also look at those as opportunities. And so I think it's been interesting for me to be a commissioner in Minnesota. When I go to our national, ag commissioners meeting, it's called NASDA. It's really interesting because Minnesota really is an agricultural powerhouse. And I think it's really interesting when you look at, compared to other commissioners, we're home to Land O'Lakes and Cargill and Hormel and General Mills, and you can just go on and on and on with the top agricultural producing companies that are here in Minnesota, plus our university just being a top-notch, institution. We're #1 in turkeys and sugar beets, and we're #2 in pork, and just continue to grow in all those categories. And so it's really exciting to see. And so trying to produce and welcome companies. And I think the DEED just had a report this last week that shows the economic growth that's happening in Minnesota right now is just off the charts. And I think that's reflected in our budget surplus that we have within our state, but also trying to work on those barriers. So we always are working on regulations. I think the Walls administration, the governor talks about, how we, regulate to try to bring people in, keep businesses here, attract businesses, and then also what assistance do we offer, speaking, as a state, but also coordinating with the federal government. The federal government right now has a lot of assistance that's coming into our state, and very excited, but we have to help coordinate all of those different things that we put on the menu when we're visiting and meeting with companies right now. I'm glad to see our new USDA Rural Development, Colleen Landcamer is our new director there. And, partnerships are going to be so important with that. So I think it's, but there's so much that we're working on, whether it's our workforce, I think has been mentioned here quite a bit today. Is I was at Green Seam yesterday where they put out their state of agriculture report, and just looking at that, as I travel the state and we see companies that want to build and are expanding in Minnesota. Right now, the price of building materials is high, so we see people going from steel to concrete. We see housing being an issue. I've been trying to meet with mayors as I travel around the state, because I think I go and meet with ag businesses, but really meeting with mayors is something really interesting, because they can tell you we need more housing, we need childcare. I think it's interesting. Farm Bureau is one of our largest farm organizations in the state. One of their top priorities this year is childcare. And I think it gets down to the fact that our ag businesses can't expand if we don't have workers and we don't have childcare. So kind of all the above.
I have to jump in on this one too, because we've got some people in the audience who do this work for a living with Bread and Butter Ventures and Grow North. I think one of the issues is around capital. Capital gets attention. Entrepreneurs want to be in a place where they can get funded and they can grow. And so, the emergence of Bread and Butter Ventures and other funds that specifically focus on our sectors of strength, like food and agriculture, is really critical. Being a place where entrepreneurs of all types feel they can succeed is really important. This morning, there's news today, we're making news. Greater MSP and Generator are raising a $50 million fund of funds called the MSP Equity Fund that would fund other fund managers across the country in Minnesota to invest 100% in minority and women-owned startups in this state. And so we need to do big things and then tell people about them, and focus on the things that matter, like capital and talent and technology.
Thank you. I think we have a question in the audience.
Thank you all. Can you hear me? Yeah, great. I really appreciate your insight and the exciting information that you've shared. I come from Red Wing Ignite in Red Wing, Minnesota. I'm on the board of Renewing the Countryside, and I worked for many years on building the talent pipeline in agribusiness. And so I want to mention the convergence between the changing perceptions of 21st century agriculture and what you've mentioned, David, in terms of Minnesota Modest, and then what Greater MSP is working on, inclusive approaches. We have over 92 languages spoken in communities across the state, yet it is not the face of Minnesota. And we shouldn't be modest about it, because, as you say, this is something to celebrate, something that strengthens us. And really, Greater MSP has been leading inclusive approaches, which I appreciate. And I'm just wondering, what can you talk about in terms of the changing face of agriculture and what we're doing to really support that? Because I recruit students for agribusiness career pathways, and it's near impossible to recruit non-white students because they don't see themselves in that future, and they're very important. We want to move them into those career pathways, and we want to move more young girls into those career pathways. We have award-winning FFA programs, but we're not getting them into that talent pipeline. We need them to understand the changing face of 21st century agriculture. So what can we do together to strengthen that?
Well, I'm always excited about that piece of it. At the Department of Agriculture, that was one of my first top priorities, that we did listening sessions with emerging farmers around the state to look at the diversity we had. We had many meetings around the state, which led to the creation of Emerging Farmers Work Group, which led to us, the legislature, funding an emerging farmer coordinator at the department. And so I really think that that's led into then work with 4-H and FFA, like you said. You should look at our new state license plate that we have for the agriculture department. Is a great symbol of all of agriculture that we're bringing in. At the department, we for the first time have a tribal liaison that is based solely, working on tribal issues and dedicated to that, who also is a band member and lives on the Fond du Lac reservation. And so I think many of these things that we take as an approach are very exciting, that we see And you're very correct that there are so many opportunities when you go to our what we call our tech schools or trade schools or two-year colleges. You know, those the classes that I have, like in Pine City where my farm is, everybody has a job coming out of those, especially if you're going into an ag industry. If you can machining, welding, you know, it's very exciting to see. I try to go speak at a lot of those classes or different things or visit with students because you want to tell them, like, here is all the opportunities. Like, you're not going to be a farmer. I have a senior and a sophomore, and maybe one wants to be a farmer, but the other one, he wants to work in agriculture, but it's really hard to decide right now which direction to go because there are so many great opportunities. So it's just, you know, a very exciting time, but there are a lot of efforts underway in that department.
So very quickly on that, focus on networks. So there's when we have this gap, it means that the people who have the information and the needs don't know the people who we're trying to reach. So we need to be really intentional about how do we connect in different ways, and just don't assume that the networks you have are going to work, because obviously they don't. And then the other one is storytelling. So I think a really practical thing is who's got the stories of the people, you know, that are, you know, it's 200 words and a picture. This is someone who had something happen, and then who needs to hear that story? I mean, everybody in this room has probably a couple of super compelling stories that are worth elevating, but then it's like, well, what would need to be done differently than we're doing today to make sure all those stories get to one person or one place, and then those are intentionally getting to an audience that they're not today. So just getting more purposeful about solving the problem if it's real.
One last question, if anybody has one, otherwise we'll wrap. Patrice, can I ask your boss a question? Here's your chance.
My boss a question. My name is Patrice Bailey. I'm one of the assistant commissioners at MDA, and just wanted to say, you know, when we had talked about the license plate that's out for anyone to buy right now, I'm still waiting for mine to come in. You know, we always talk about telling that story, as Peter was talking about, of not 50 years ago, but we're going 50 years from now. So I always talk about, you know, things that are beyond today. And the other thing that we have been doing is working with our manners programs, and that's the minorities in agriculture and natural related sciences groups. We actually have a professional chapter that just was launched 2 weeks ago. So there's a lot of things on the horizon that are coming. And then the last thing I would say is that when we're talking to the staff, we're always looking at ways and where people are not coming to us, but we're going to them to make sure that the programming is reaching underserved communities, so that we're telling that story. I even tell my story coming from New York, from Harlem to where I am right now. It's a non-traditional story, but it's a story of where we're going 50 years from now. So, you know, those type of things.
Well, with that, I know we could keep having this conversation for long, but I'm afraid that that may remove me from the stage here. We heard earlier today about some of the global challenges and opportunities during our keynote. We had some perspective of some of the things that we see for Minnesota in the future. And these are some of the many initiatives that are going on in our state today. And I encourage you to spend the next 2 days to continue this conversation. At AURI, both the staff and the board were continuously thinking about how can we contribute and be part of that solution, and how can we think forward on what does the state and our needs look in the next 5 or 10 years. And I encourage you to reach out to us, the staff and the board, to help us think how we can help with that throughout the next 2 days. With that, we're out of time. Thank you for the panelists.
Thank you, Federico. Thank you, panelists. And we heard from them earlier this morning during the welcoming portion of the day, but we're going to find out how entrepreneurs can find capital. there's one thing that they all are looking for. Eric Knudsen, who is with Compeer Financial, is going to introduce our next guest.
Yeah, that's a great panel. Think about all the resources you have here as an entrepreneur. If you're in a startup business and you want to figure out how to segment your buyers or segment your markets and develop your general go-to-market strategy, the resources at AURI with Federico and Greater Grow North and Greater MSP, and certainly the Department of Agriculture, feel free to reach out or ask and we'll make those networks. Of course, none of that can be done without capital to get your business going. So it's my pleasure to introduce Christopher Larson with Bank of America Securities. Christopher is here in Minneapolis area, and he joined the Growth Regional Coverage Group in 2021. Christopher Larson.
All right, we'll do the podium. Easier to do it. Well, I got a confession, you guys. All right. I love to eat. I wake up every day. First thing I think about is eating. Every day when I go to sleep, last thing I think about is eating. It is an enormous passion in my life. So it's a privilege and honor to be able to talk to you today. Believe it or not, food and wine is why I ended up being an investment banker, right? Because I was at a party and met all these people eating good food and doing great things. And I thought to myself, I wanted that job. So that's a true story of how I ended up being an investment banker. I spent the past 11 years in New York and London, covering a variety of industries. Bank of America has this team, Emerging Growth and Regional Coverage. And I'll give you a little context about what that is and why I'm here and why my wife and I, after over a decade away, a month ago, moved back here to Minneapolis. This is actually a nice dovetail to the last panel because previously, basically capital really was centered around two places or three places in the US. It's fundamentally in New York, which everyone knows, San Francisco, and in the Bay Area. That's not going to surprise everybody in Chicago. Those really are the three financial centers here in the US. But one great thing about the way technology has transformed the landscape is there are a lot of places with a lot of great ideas doing a lot of great things. And so Bank of America recognizes in order to facilitate that ecosystem that was just talked about, to be able to have great outcomes, i.e., create big and great businesses, you need, Bank of America needed a team, or at least someone here on the ground here in Minnesota to help make that happen. So there's a team of 80 to 100 of me around the country, dropped into various other cities, which is sometimes, referred to unfairly as flyover country, which I take immense offense to. And so when the job opened up here in Minneapolis, I raised my hand, and my wife and I basically got on the first flight we could to come back to Minnesota. So that's kind of the background of why I'm here and why I'm based in Minnesota. So it's an honor to be able to talk to you about kind of where we go from here and how do we create that ecosystem, right? Where do we find capital? How does that process work? There are people who are trying to get him back up on the screen. The last panel, just before we left, they were talking about some of the cultural attributes of Minnesota, which largely I'm incredibly proud of. But I'll be honest, some of those attributes are not especially conducive to raising capital. You do have to be a little more boastful. You do have to, be a little more prideful, and you do have to sell yourself a little harder. But I tell you what, nothing in my 11 years of investment banking, I can tell you, nothing beats success, right? And great outcomes equal great outcomes. Why is everybody in the Bay Area? Well, everyone's in the Bay Area because that's where all the capital is, because that's where all the other people is, right? That's called network effect, for those of you who are unfamiliar with it. Well, our idea is here to try and create a network effect here in Minnesota. So where can you raise capital, and how do you raise capital, and what does that look like? Specifically, I've been asked to talk about SPACs, so we'll definitely spend some time talking about SPACs. There's generally a hierarchy or a flow of development of where you raise capital and where you are as a business. Like classic, two people in a garage that, starting a company. Right? That's basically they're doing it with friends and family money. Okay, that's like the first step. Their own money, friends and family money. Right? We're talking about having venture capital is usually the next step. It's once you have a proof point, right? Someone's success, usually the proof point is, has someone actually paid you for your idea, or are willing to pay you for an idea? Have they signed a contract? Is there a revenue number attached to it? By the way, it doesn't have to be a big revenue number. Just that's a point of validation that someone's actually being able to write a check. Right? Think about it. Yeah, that's pretty logical. Okay. So if you're an investor and you see someone else is willing to pay for it, that's a proof point. Once you move, further along the process from seed to, A or B rounds in venture capital. If you're not familiar with that, each round has a letter attached to it. Sometimes they use the same letter twice for a variety of reasons. That's always humorous to me, but because there are 26 letters in the alphabet, they could just keep going, but they don't. So your A, B, C rounds typically move along with how your company grows. And then at some point, you either want to go public or you want to sell. And why do you want to do that? You want to do that because the investors who have invested in you need a currency, to get their investment back, right? So if you've put in, several $1 million in an organization, and 5 years later you expect some sort of return, and there are a couple of very tried and true paths for that, and that's going public or selling the company. But we're going to take a step back to the probably earlier stage of this conversation. So how do you go about raising capital? Well, we said friends and family, that's one way to do it. Venture capital, that's another way to do it. Lately out in the market, there's been a whole another idea of SPACs. SPACs is it's an odd name. Never liked it very much. Didn't sound very good, but it stands for Special Purpose Acquisition Company, vehicle company. And the way this works is, let's just say you were a former CEO, pick your favorite large agricultural company here, General Mills, Cargill, whatever. And you're retired now, and you think to yourself, boy, there's a lot of good companies out there that are private that could stand to go public. But you've already had your run at being CEO. You don't want to be CEO again. So what you do is you raise a SPAC. And what is a SPAC and how does it work? Well, so this CEO, him or her, right, is the kind of a point of validation because they've been a CEO. They're considered a sponsor. Okay, so the sponsor of this vehicle decides, well, I'm going to go to the public markets and raise a bunch of money. And so that person's going to find a couple more people to really raise the profile of this opportunity. And what they do is they go raise a bunch of money on the public markets, but do not have a company fundamentally. So it's a public vehicle looking for a private company to acquire. And through that acquisition process, it goes public. I can see and feel the eyes glazing over. Because that's actually how it works. So it's basically a company looking for a company to buy. Right? We can consider that for a lack of better term, it is almost like a public version of a private equity company, right? A private equity company doesn't own anything until it buys another company, right? It's a pool of capital looking out to buy a public company, to buy a company. But this is in a public market context. So the shareholders, the people who go and invest in this SPAC, right, know that there's no company yet. This is, and basically this new SPAC has a 2-year window. A 2-year window to go out and find a company. And so that company could be your company. That company could be, there's SPACs specialize in something in particular, typically. They either specialize in TMT, that's technology, media, and telecommunications. They specialize in healthcare. They specialize in agriculture. So they'll all have a particular area of focus. But there's a clock. So they have a 2-year clock. And so there's a heck of a sense of urgency for the sponsor of that SPAC, right, that former CEO, to go out and find a company. So it's kind of what you see out in some of the markets right now is there are billions and billions, and tens of billions and hundreds of billions of dollars in these SPACs waiting to find a company, right? Well, the truth is there's only a limited supply of number of companies, right? And you have to have a diligence process when you try and acquire this company and take it public through this mechanism. Well, not only do you have to go through this, find the company, and not only do you have to do this diligence process, but you also, the people who invested into this SPAC can have to vote on it. They can say, no, I don't want to be a part of it, and then they get their money back. So it's for the people who are investing on the outside, you know, they have an option to opt out because you don't know what company you're going to get. So how does that relate to you guys? Well, you know, what does a good target look like, or what does a good company to be acquired by a SPAC look like? Well, it definitely has revenue, right? Because if it's a pre-revenue company, right, that's more of a venture capital seed round sort of activity. It is growing quickly, probably, in this case. So what does growing quickly mean? Probably something 20 to 100% a year, right? When it should have a viable path to being profitable, if it isn't already profitable. And it should have a management team that wants to be or is prepared to be part of a public company, right? Because public companies have a lot of obligations, right? They got to report every quarter. There's a lot of accounting. There's a lot of legal considerations to be a public company. And so they have to be ready, willing, and able to do that. And if all goes well, this SPAC purchase is a piece. You don't have to sell the whole company. It's not like a wholesale selling out of the whole company. The SPAC will own a piece of the company, and that company will then be a publicly traded company, which is different from a traditional IPO process. So that is what a SPAC is. It's kind of one of those mystery boxes that I'm sure you read in the newspaper all the time, and it's actually not too mysterious. I mean, there's some interesting mechanical features to it, but yeah, that's a SPAC. So what I'm curious about, especially on the last panel, several questions, and I do like questions, and please do ask me questions. It's like, it seems to be, the past several panels I've been watching in the back and learning, there seems to be a challenge about funding, right? And my whole part of the ecosystem, of the financial ecosystem, is when a company is ready to, let's say, be acquired by a SPAC, or when a company is ready to go public, or when a company is ready to sell, right? That is the point in the company's evolution that someone like me comes in and provides, services. That's when I come in and provide advice. But before that, there's a lot of work to do, as everyone knows in this room, right? Like how to get stuff off the ground. And that is where they were talking about the venture capital groups out there. And believe it or not, you guys might not be familiar with it, and I'm really glad that they called out the bread and butter, and they called out some of the other venture capital firms that are out here. They exist, right? And there are actually several individuals I know of specifically, and venture capital firms that specialize in seed to A rounds. And those seed to A rounds are getting stuff off the ground, basically. Once you have that proof point, once you have that proof point of concept, that's when they typically come and invest. And the trick is, just as was mentioned earlier, connecting you with them. So you've got a great idea and can't find these people, ask them for my contact information. I'm happy to make introductions for you, right? The whole idea here is help to create that ecosystem. I want to foster that ecosystem. I want great outcomes for everyone, right? Because success begets success. There's absolutely nothing that beats having, big IPOs or, big sales, because then people know that that's a place I want to invest. That's a place where, there's a herd mentality to invest in. If that's a place where they know healthcare, if that's a place where they know agriculture, invariably a ton of capital goes in that direction. And that's where we want to be. So there's a bunch of time left on the clock. I've said a lot of stuff. It's tough to know exactly, what's important to you, but I want to make sure you guys get something out of this. So, ask me questions. I'll tell you anything that I can without worrying about the lawyers coming to get me.
All right, we've got the expert in the room at the podium. It's a chance to ask some questions. I'm going to start right here, and then I see we've got one over there as well. If you're online, want to ask a question, it's through your Q&A portal on your screen.
Thanks so much. I'm Stephanie. I'm actually from Red Water Ventures, so happy to talk to anybody about seed stage investing. My question for you, so obviously as SPACs started proliferating in the startup world, the investors were all quite excited, right? Because it provides us with an additional exit opportunity. Great. So lots of excitement, tons of SPACs last year. Come December, these SPACs were not performing that well, to be honest. I look at like SoFi, for example, and others. Curious what you think the actual future is. Are we going to see these SPACs perform successfully? Is there a difference between industries of how these SPACs are performing and what can we really expect in the future?
Yeah, sure. That's a great question. Fundamentally, it comes down to how good is the company and how good is the company performing, right? And one of the features that I mentioned is you've got to have a management team and a company that's ready to be a public company. There's a reason why there's large amounts of private capital being venture capital or private equity for those not in business. Okay, those large pools exist because it's better for those companies to stay private at that point in time, right? Because they're going through the growing pains, because they're going through, they're not ready to hit quarterly earnings calls, right? Think about that. Every 3 months you got to get in front of Wall Street and you got to say, well, this is how I did, and this is what happened, and here's what we expect to happen in the future. When you're busy trying to grow a business, that's a big burden, to put it bluntly. SPACs probably aren't going anywhere because there's a lot of them, right? So I think there were around 200, if I remember, 269 SPAC closed transactions last year. Okay, so that's a pretty hefty number. Probably won't be as big this year. You can't quite tell that there's a lot of volatility in the market because of interest rates and a lot of volatility in the market because of what's going on in Ukraine and Russia. But there's a lot of pool of capital out there, Stephanie. And yes, they have a clock, but the clock isn't today on most of them. So I would expect that those sponsors of the SPAC are still highly motivated to find a deal. And the trick always is to find the right company for the deal. I think from an industry perspective, performance is pretty idiosyncratic. Really tough to say, those software companies have done really well. I used to work in TMT, so I know a fair amount about that stuff. Or those food and beverage companies didn't do so well. That's really not the case. Really, the underlying theme really is it a quality company that's ready to be a public company? Yeah.
So you talked about they have to be revenue generating and profitable. Do you have some metrics around that? How profitable, how much revenue? Because I realize that supply and demand, it depends on industry and all that stuff, but the joke for entrepreneurs, the banker says, when you hit 100 million, seemingly you should be alone.
Yeah. Then hit a billion and then hope you go on, right? Yeah. Oh, that's a great question. It doesn't have to be clear, it doesn't have to be profitable. There are a lot of companies, public companies, that are not profitable, right? But there has to be a path to profitability, or there should be, ideally, right? A path to profitability. And that's an important concept. Many times, I'll use something that's very easy to understand. There are a lot of software companies out there, for example, that are growing very quickly with a lot of revenue, right? But their costs are so much that there's no obvious path to, I'm just using software as an example, but a path to profitability. So the truth is, it's very dependent on the business, and it's very dependent on the industry. And in the food and ag space, there isn't an obvious metric out there. I would probably, let me put it to you this way. The closer you are to breaking even from a cash flow perspective, the better. And as long as you have good growth to support it. So it's not $1 million, for example, in this industry, but it probably doesn't have to be $1 billion either. So I know that's a big range. But every company, and this is the great thing and important thing to understand about companies and investment banking and everything, is that every company is different, right? And the industries themselves are a construct that we work within, but every company is different. Every company faces different challenges, has a different strategy, has different ways that they generate revenue, has different ways that they generate cash flow. And so, I know this is not a fulsome answer that you're hoping for, but you really have to, and this is why people need advice, right? You really have to drill down into the details of why and how, and then, right, that's one piece of it, and then figure out a great way to position that in a public market context.
Christopher, thank you very much for your presentation here today. Can you describe a little bit about SPAC activity and the sort of emergence and dominance now of ESG investments? Is there any connection going on, or is there not?
Sure. No, that's a great question too. Look, there are SPACs out there that have an angle that way. I think ESG is top of mind for everybody in the markets. I know at Bank of America it's hugely important to us. I know our local commercial banking president sticking, if you open the strip, it's a full page ad with her every week or so about some of the commitments we're making that way that we're very proud of. SPACs don't have to be, they can be associated with ESG. The relative, the fact is that ESG investing, especially with take companies like Vanguard, take companies like Fidelity, or take companies that just large, wealthy personal investors that feel that this is important. That's why it's become on everybody's radar, right? That is why it's so important that especially large companies take that into consideration as they invest. Again, it doesn't have to go hand in glove with SPAC, can go hand in glove with SPACs. So that's that's the answer there.
2 questions before we break for lunch.
Yeah.
Hannah, I think you've got one queued up over there, and I've got one on this side.
I saw you taking notes. I like it. Well, that makes me excited. I love taking notes.
Excellent. Okay, so my name is Megan. I just learned about SPACs like 10 minutes ago or 25 minutes ago.
Okay, great.
But I do want to ask you a question about green banks. And so I don't know a lot about them. But last year in the House in Minnesota, Representative Lippert, he had a bill about establishing a green bank in Minnesota. And so that would the state would put, $100 million down to start this green bank, and then that would leverage either federal seed funds or private seed funds. And the idea behind this is what I heard is that current capital markets and financing tools don't always provide adequate support for Minnesota projects like that would lower farm operating costs, or that will increase or enhance sustainability on farm projects, or maybe lead to investments in clean energy projects on the farm. So my question to you is, I guess it's 2-part. Like, 1, do you think green banks are needed to help support investments in our ag economy? And then 2, if it is needed, like what can we do, or what can this sector do to kind of move that forward?
So I can't answer the first one, the lawyers will come get me. But like the short of it is, and it's not been secret to everyone in this room. I mean, the past several presentations have been, spent a lot of time talking about this stuff that, financing in agriculture is tricky when it's not at scale, right? And what I mean by at scale, I mean $1 billion. We're talking about $1 billion, right, of revenue, or $1 billion of something, give or take. But so when you think about family farm, or you think about, a county with, let's just say, larger, smaller, smaller, larger farms is maybe the way of saying it. Now, there's huge infrastructure investments required, like to harvest environmentally friendly, right? It's tricky, right? That takes money and that takes capital. And there is a very good and very fair argument for, public and public-private partnerships to be able to make that stuff happen. It's not, the wheat doesn't just magically find itself in the grain elevator, right? You need roads to get there, right? I was born and raised in South Minneapolis. I remember growing up and seeing like the advertisements of Northbrook King, which for those of you who don't know, I think was a pesticide or herbicide or something like that. And of course, as a South Minneapolis guy, I didn't have any idea what that stuff was for. So for me at that time, it was like magic, it just showed up. But those infrastructure investments, that fundamentally, that's why we have government and public and private partnerships for those projects that are desired by the public, that the public wants to invest in, that we think that's important for our environment, or we think that's important for our rural communities, or if we think that's important for any number of reasons that aren't purely economical. If there's not an economic rationale for private capital to come in and invest, that is where government and hybrid solutions come into play. So I can't make a judgment on that in particular. Even if I were an expert in that area, I would say that that's why we vote, right? For the legislators to help make those decisions, and that's why people at the county and local levels help advocate for them. So.
Hi, Christopher. So my name is Todd Taylor. I'm with Bison Legal. I'm a securities lawyer and do a lot of work within this.
Am I doing okay?
You're fine. It's, SPACs are an interesting creature. Stephanie, talked about how they kind of go up and down. But there's a lot of people in this room with companies that, might need $500,000 for R&D or $2 million for commercialization activities or $20 million for a project. So where should companies be thinking about for SPACs as far as like how much money they need to raise? You talked about them, closer to revenue, the better. But, somebody looking to raise $1 million, is that SPAC? Is it 10 million, 20 million? Thanks.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. You're probably, and SPACs are really, again, I really want to emphasize this point, at the point where the company's ready to be public. So if you're needing $1 million because you need to get your idea off the ground, that's what bread and butter is for. Okay. That's what bread and butter, and, it's not them alone, but, it's they typically partner with, you have a variety of investors, and that's what they're there for. If you've got project finance, right, that's a pretty well-oiled machine in the financial industry. If there's good economic rationale for that project finance, and you have revenue, and you have, you've got a balance sheet, again, it's a case-by-case basis, but project finance is pretty well understood. It's really when you start getting more speculative parts where venture capital comes, and it's after it's less speculative, right? When the path becomes clearer, or at least appears to be clear, that's when you go. That's when you go to a SPAC, and there's the answer to that. Yep. Have lunch, guys. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to need to settle into our seats once again. After not seeing anyone else for a couple of years, I thought the morning went pretty well. We're going to have I hope you can stay till the last event today, because at a little after 4 o'clock today, we will be announcing our Innovator of the Year, going in honor for our board of directors to choose that real innovative partner that we work with. And hopefully you can stay for that. And afterwards, we have a reception, which we also invite our sponsors and our clients to this event. Hopefully you can stay for the rest of the day. That would be great. I had hoped to give you a 10-minute warning, but we're going to have to move right along here. So if our 1:30 panelists are regularly outside of the arena. We will move right to our 1:30 forum here this afternoon. Our first panel this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, will take a little deeper dive into natural sources for ag innovation. And I should mention that this particular panel is sponsored by Bioindustrial Legal. And Todd is over there. He asked a question earlier late this morning, and we appreciate Bioindustrial Legal as a sponsor for this 1:30 session. We met him this morning during our welcome and opening remarks. He'll help lead this discussion. So please welcome back to the stage Matt McKenna, Executive in Residence at Georgetown University. Matt.
Thank you, thank you. Why don't my friends come on up and we'll all do this pretty casually if we can. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Why don't we split apart? And I'll be a moderator here, but also a participant. And although I think when you get old, you have a number of different jobs. So I have to see just what they describe it as. In addition to Georgetown University, I'm also a partner in a small venture capital fund, and I'll be speaking with that venture capital fund hat on this afternoon with my friends and colleagues right here. And our session is captioned Capital Sources for Ag Innovation, ESG. And it's trying to talk about the role that you want to hear us too? To talk about the role ESG has as a source of capital, positive, negative, greenwashing, substantive. Those are the kinds of issues we want to get into today. Let me start though with a theme that I mentioned earlier this morning, which is, and if you're in business school, and where's my friend from business school? He must be out there having lunch. Still, if you're in business school these days, you cannot avoid more impact. Every student, virtually every student, wants to at least take a course in impact investing, sustainable investing, ideally find a career or a job in impact investing. But it's a case these days where the demand is far greater than the supply, where the demand from students far exceeds the eligible jobs and jobs that cater to that kind of career. We have, though, with me in the panel today, places where those careers are real, where ESG does have a real impact, does have real traction. And we are joined by 4 people, some of them I know for quite some time, some of them I just met, fortunately this morning, who are great voices for this issue. And I'm just going to go by my screen there. Matthew Schmidt from Cargill, obviously a great citizen of the state of Minnesota and a leader in many respects in what we're going to be talking about today. But then we also have 3 venture capital funds as well. We have Kevin Lockett from Fulcrum Global Capital, Jan Booten from Memphis, and Skip Wire from Rural Works Impact. And then I'll put myself in this category, Matt McKenna from Open Prairie. These are 4 regional venture capital firms, all of which, to some extent, involve ESG. So what I'm going to do right now is very quickly start with Kevin on my left, and then we go from my left to my right. Have people introduce themselves, say a few words about ESG, say a few words about their companies, and then we'll come back with some prompted discussion and questions from me. There'll be time for questions and answers from the audience as well. So Kevin, do you want to start us off?
Yeah, sure. I'll be quick so we can get to the questions. My name is Kevin Lockett. I'm one of 3 partners at Fulcrum Global Capital. We're based out of Kansas City. We invest everywhere, really, mostly in North America, but we've got investments in Israel and Europe and all over. Again, 3 of us as partners. We have a little over 100 million under management. We are closing Fund 2 here probably later this summer. Our entire investment thesis is in the agriculture and animal health space. So it's broad, it's around global food production. So we invest on both the biotech side as well as the true tech side of technologies that are being applied to ag and food producing animals. One interesting part probably about us is the majority of our money, almost all of our LPs, are all farmers. So if you think about it, geographically, they're from the Dakotas down to about Texas, and about Colorado over to Ohio. So literally right in the Midwest, 15 states, very, very large agricultural producers. So millions and millions a head of cattle, millions a head of swine, same on the poultry side, roughly about 30 million acres of row crop. So that is our investor base. And so most of the investments that we make are typically more upstream than downstream. So they're closer to the farmer, hence our investor base. And so when we talk about ESG, we're predominantly looking more at the E. Most of the technologies we are investing in are somehow on the environmental side. So we don't label ourselves as an impact fund. I know Skip will get to that, and I know they do. But because of our thesis and because of the space that we're in, almost all of our investments actually have a significant impact, positive impact on the environment as well. So interested to talk about more, but I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you. Thank you. Kevin, Fulcrum and my firm, Open Prairie, share a couple of investments. And I tell you, Kevin, just a great partner from an investor point of view. Jan, I first met Jan 6 or 7 years ago. And Jan, it's been great to know him since and work with him. Why don't you give a little bit of your background, please?
Absolutely. So Jan Boughton, I'm with Innova. We're in Memphis, and 2007 have 4 funds and early stage venture investment. Started off in and around Memphis, mostly in the medical industry, which is like here in this area, a lot of medical device companies. That was kind of step 1 of our evolution. Then we started adding logistics and supply chain stuff to that, better being headquartered in Memphis. And the last leg of the stool is really the ag tech and farm tech, which we started about 5 years ago. That's how we got to know Matt, helping out the USDA. And we've invested with truly early stage investors. So if you have an idea and a napkin, with the people that you call. So $25,000 to start off, up to a couple million per company. Because we do this super early stage, we've invested in 130 companies to date in our industry. And if you look at our farm tech fund, so we've been at that for 5 years now. We've done 30 investments, 30 companies out of that. And a lot of them is in the Midwest. I believe that the entrepreneurs that know how a farm works are the ones that should be working in the farm tech industry. With the help of innovation from both coasts, but this is where the rubber meets the road, so this is where things happen. Because of our USDA affiliation with the most recent fund, we invest mostly in rural America, so jobs are created, innovation is brought to rural America, and very close to the farm. So Kevin was saying that his investors are farmers. Our investors are the farm credit system, so here is one of our investors. And I think those relationships with the farmers or people that lend to farmers are valuable. And if you look at ESG, we came out of a nonprofit organization in Memphis. They founded us back in 2007. So a lot of the impact is really second nature to us. It's part of our DNA. It's how we got found it. It wasn't just to make money. But one thing that we've learned is that it's got to go hand in hand. To be a successful fund, you also need to pick companies that don't just do good things, but also make money doing it eventually. But the other way around, I think that's what ESG is driving the world. Hopefully, is that sure you can make money, but you got to do it the right way. And that's really what ESG has a huge impact in making a more sustainable planet.
Thank you, Jan. A lot to talk about there. Moving to my right, Skip, you want to introduce yourself?
My name is Skip Wire, and I'm the Chief Investment Officer of Rural Works Partners. Rural Works is a new partnership between Minneapolis-based community investment fund, which is one of the largest CDFIs in the country, community development institutions. They're also the largest nonprofit SBA lender. That's half of the partnership. The other half is an impact investment platform sponsor and catalyst in London called Conduit Capital. And together, those two sponsors and the management team put together a investment platform, a investment strategy, and a team that's focused on supporting rural-based businesses with the ultimate impact objective of creating rural community wealth and economic resilience. As such, we are very much a focused impact investor. And I thought it might make sense because there's often a lot of confusion around what impact investing is versus ESG investing. I see them as being very different animals. Impact investing, at least how I interpret it, it seems to hold up pretty well in practice. But at least as I've interpreted it, is we are actively playing a role with portfolio companies that invest to improve their impact performance. Our investment with them. ESG investing, on the other hand, I think is largely a screen to make sure that when investors put money to work, that that company is aligned with the investors' impact priorities, but they're not actively involved in helping the business achieve those impact priorities. So we're actively involved, and our specific impact priorities are very much employee-centric. What we're looking to do is certainly invest in businesses and rural communities that have great potential for growth and the ability to earn a appropriate risk-adjusted return. Like most of the other speakers here, if we're going to create a truly systemic change, like we need to with rural America, we've got to bring in the private capital markets. That's where the dollars are. It's not concessionary capital. And to do that, we need to be able to show those markets that we can make an appropriate return if we're going to get the sort of replication and the new dollars flowing into these markets that we want to truly create change. But our impact thesis and our priorities are very employee-centric. What we're doing is we're working with businesses that are already providing quality jobs to their employees, or over time want to improve the quality of the jobs that they're providing their employees, and businesses that are expanding the breadth of participation in the company's profits or in the equity ownership of the business. In both instances, what we're really driving toward is making sure that the businesses that we are supporting and helping grow are sharing that with their employees in a variety of different ways, because that ultimately builds family wealth, but also community wealth within these rural communities. And that's critically important for us. The beauty of our impact thesis is that there's no economic trade-off. It's incredibly clear these days that businesses that are taking care of their employees are better businesses and more profitable businesses and great investment. So we are very much an impact investor. Impact is embedded in everything we do, the types of investors we work with, the companies we look at, the structures of the deals that we create, and how we help modify and move the businesses along during the tenure of our investment.
That's a very pure model.
Yeah, sure. Hey, I'm Matt Schmidt from Fargo, and I probably used my own info if I start describing all the things Fargo does. So I'll jump into a couple of reasons why I'm excited to be here. So one is when I look at capital in ag innovation, and look at ag as an industry, I see the plants and the animals at the core, at the heart of agriculture. They're fine, business models that we layer on top of them where we start to lose our balance, where we start to see needs for. So our challenges, therefore, I would say are both business and capital. Right? And then second, as I look at ESG, a lot of what is being sought are real outcome impacts. And these are producible, and they're producible in many different ways. Look at the farms, land, around the world. We can look at a much deeper view of land. They are. This is probably what's being picked up. Aggregated producers of so much more than just the crops. Physical supply chain components that. So when we look at what capital can do to drive innovation, and then how we recognize the full kind of complex nature of what production actually means across a broader spectrum, there's a lot of opportunity. And so just like cargo for nigh on 150 plus years has connected with markets that have so we see that model extending similarly to new areas. With that, I really appreciate the opportunity to be here today.
Thank you, Malcolm. You can see that we have 4 almost complementary voices. Corporate development, the new fund, which is just kicking off, to establish one. Bit of definition behind this conversation. Actually, ESG, I think we will all agree that ESG is a loose term, but probably more than typically talking about impact. That is, investing to produce a certain impact, maybe on the environmental side, maybe on the health side, or the development side, investment policy. You can look up all of our websites and find out just what investments we made. But let me ask each of us to first identify a particular ESG impact investment that was made in a product. Describe that investment a little bit, and just to give you an idea of the names of things we talked about. Can you describe one
so again, because we're not sort of label ourselves as an impact, we think of it more around general terms of general sustainability. But we define it as literally everything from methane emission, carbon, water usage, soil health, etc. We all of that for one company that we're excited about that we have in our portfolio is on the tech side, and in a nutshell, they're targeting towards everybody knows that food part of consumer push will is really around the chemicals on our food. Today, what most food. So we've got a company that's out of Canada pushing the technology at utilizing drones, automating the entire process where drones fly the entire field of vision. Today, map at about 96 accuracy. Drone comes back to docks, sprayer gets attached, goes back to sprayer. Again, ideally, pull this off. We're talking about significant cost, significant ROI. Farmer, at the end of the day, when we talk about impact, we talk about chemicals that's going on our food. We are we're talking about corn, soy, etc. Talk about the application for so again,
probably a little bit different way. We have competitive companies.
But it's not a nice question. You could pay the child. But we have one company that we're particularly proud of, South International. And they developed a natural blue dye. Anyone that's wearing blue jeans here, it's a really nasty chemical process. Because the environmental laws get allowed anymore. It's a nasty chemical process. So this company has figured out a way to extract blue dye out of indigo and create a natural chemical-free process to make blue. Levi Strauss just announced a partnership with someone that helped mine. It's got several great effects kind of components to it. Obviously, there's an environmental chemical piece out of the equation, but it's also allowing really land that used to be used for tobacco and really the same land outwards. So it's a much better product. The other thing is it's Keynote founder.
Where's the sound coming into that? This one?
So there's a lot of components there.
It's going out. There's nothing really.
A lot of jobs to.
So how am I picking up audio? Zoom. From there? From there. That's right.
My example. As long as it's been years. One is from Roadmap, purchase. Use technology from Europe, has exclusive rights to that technology here in America. So from a carbon point of view, we do the sustainable. From a technology perspective, it has access to some intellectual property that we hope we take the exclusive rights to in this country. And it's coming on stream just as home construction is taking off. Skip.
Company that we have been working with over the last several years, and while again we don't have investable dollars yet, we are continuing to pursue community development activities in some of the rural communities where we're focused. And this is a business that the founder entrepreneur found a technology in Europe that had for a product that had been successfully used for 20 plus years in Europe, but was never produced or used in the US, and it's made out of recycled glass. And it is a building material, primarily a subfloor insulating material that replaces rigid board petroleum-based subfloor insulation. And they started their business in Vermont, importing product from Europe with no margin, but they created a market for themselves and had a really hard time capitalizing the construction of a manufacturing plant in a rural community. We got involved and helped bring together an aggregation of different resources to help put the company in business manufacturing domestically. It included a senior loan from our partner here in Minneapolis, Community Reinvestment Fund, risk-like capital from 2 different CDFIs, grants from the local electric utility because they're going to be producing this material using renewable electricity. And we also introduced them to some commercial relationships that we have through our networks. And the end of the day, it's really happening as we speak. They're starting to produce the material now in rural Vermont. They've got 25 very high quality jobs. I think the minimum wage is $19 an hour, subsidized healthcare. The business owner has a very significant commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion, and has a very diverse employee and management team now. It's a great story and a great opportunity for that rural community, and they're already thinking about expanding, and then that's where we would come in with our growth stage capital.
Great, great. Matt?
Sure, yeah, thank you. So to my kind of earlier comment on business model innovation, I think what I'd like to share is some business model development that we're doing. So less on the product side, but rather we are looking at agroforestry opportunities across the U.S. and ways that we can help those scale, and not in the sense of whole farm conversion, but rather in the sense of saying, you know, hey, let's look at your farm as a business, look at all the acres here, and if we can identify some other options for some of your acres, then here are the tools that can help you achieve outcomes that are going to, increase economic diversity and climate resilience and so on. And so just as an example, we are this week planting some chestnut trees on a farm in Ohio, where a farmer, owns 2,300 acres, and he says, yeah, I got 90 here that this looks pretty interesting. And so the pitch is, $150 to $300 per acre per year for a 20-year term. We'll get the trees planted and managed in a totally hands-off way. And it's basically we're renting the land from the farmer in a business model that works. We provide the upfront capital for the trees, and then as they produce nuts, or in this case, chestnuts, that actual crop capital produces the returns that pay back that investment. And so it doesn't rely on carbon. It's not being subsidized. It's a way that we can aggregate impact at a scale, and through financial and leasing innovation, as it were. That can drive impact on the ground. And so, there are lots of ways to kind of move towards ag innovation, and along with the great kind of products mentioned up here just a minute ago, I think it's important to recognize the sort of full spectrum of where and how change is possible.
Thanks, Matt. And I'd like to take a look at that spectrum in a little bit more detail through examples here. But one of the criticisms of ESG and impact investing often comes from our experience with public companies, and where, and the great expression is greenwashing, where companies talk about ESG, talk about impact investing, and often talk about it more as a defensive posture than an offensive posture. We have here, with the exception of Cargill, but Matt's going to be able to talk a little bit about it as well, 3 or 4 privately held companies where we're talking about ESG impact as an investment tool. I'd like to ask each of our panelists how their firm talks about ESG externally, how they use ESG, how they use impact investing externally to the audience, to the various stakeholders that they represent. And we all have different types of stakeholders. But Kevin, maybe you can speak about some of your stakeholders externally. And do you talk about ESG? Do you talk about impact investing with them?
Yeah, so I wouldn't say we talk about it a lot, but it is a topic. I mean, if you're investing in the ag and food sector, today sustainability, that word is in every other sentence. So you have to have a position on it. I think our view is, and Matt sort of was alluding to this a little bit earlier in terms of innovative business models that seem to make sense. Our view is we are a venture fund that is seeking returns, no questions asked. I mean, that's our #1 job, is to return capital to our investors. But again, because of the space that we're in, we also understand that everything that we're interested in has the potential to have significant impact from a sustainability perspective. So the way that we talk about it is that sustainability is incredibly important to us as a fund. It is woven throughout our DNA. It is a part of our investment process. We will never invest in a company because they have impact alone. They've got to have a business model that, in our view, makes sense. And so, at the end of the day, having a company that makes money through their business model to us is a higher priority than the sustainability piece. It doesn't mean that it's more important, but it is a higher priority. And so for us, we look for those unique intersections where we can find a company that has a great business model, has a solid business underneath it, can make money, but at the same time has impact in some form or fashion as well. And I'm sure we'll get into this here in a little bit, but I think what we're seeing in the industry a lot is valuations are increasing significantly on early stage companies that have some sort of real sustainability message, whether it's around carbon, whether it's around methane emissions, or whatever it may be. And so what we're finding, what we're pushing our portfolio companies to do is figure out a way to talk about what your sustainability message is. And if you don't have one, you don't have one. So don't force a round peg into a square hole. But if you do, you're doing yourself a disservice by not talking about it and putting it front and center along with the value of whatever product or service you have as a company.
Thank you, Kevin. And the premise of all of our conversations so far, just to clear, is that none of us are talking about reducing our return expectations because of an impact result. We are all insistent upon market, and our investors and bosses are all insistent upon a return on capital consistent with their investment model. Jan, any how do you use ESG at Innova?
Yeah, so we currently have 4 funds that we manage, and we're raising a 5th and a 6th. I would say in the first 4, we didn't mention ESG and impact, but for Fund 5 and 6, we've really taken a hard look back at our portfolio that we have invested in, and we see that there is a lot of impact created that is positive. And so we've started to really put that in the slide deck and say, look, we've got a 15-year history now of demonstrating impact that we create through our portfolio. And we have every intention of continuing that. And we'll pay even more attention to that. So it's never been part of our diligence process when we look at a company. We take more of the approach, we will not invest in a company that does harm, but we want to flip that around and really look for the ones that have a positive impact and make it kind of a chapter in the book when we do diligence on a company or technology, that we want to make sure that that positive impact exists.
Skip, it sounds like you're going to be probably the most intrusive of us all, so as far as impact and the investments you're going to be making.
Yeah, well, and thinking about the other stakeholders that we work with, whether it's investors or partners or really, and the companies themselves, everything we do has an impact overlay. And it really goes back to a community development and economic development model that seems to be working in rural communities. Not all communities, but in a good number. And that's the creation of an entrepreneurial and innovation ecosystem and the surrounding support structures and assets that are helping entrepreneurial businesses get started and dealing with many of the challenges that rural focused businesses are having. Access to workforce development, access to capital, mentorship, connectivity with the broader outside world. Those seem to be working in a good number of communities, and we are really laying our resources and our resources and assets on top of those existing ecosystems to give them more capacity and take these businesses further along the development path. We're actually not a venture capital, we're a growth stage investor. So we're picking up those businesses that are looking and are ready to scale and want to scale locally, because the worst thing that, and it happens, I see it all the time, whether here in Minnesota, where I've spent the bulk of my career, or in Vermont, where I currently live, businesses ready to scale, there's seed capital, angel dollars, mentors, an ecosystem supporting them, ready to scale, can't find them. They have to go to the East Coast, West Coast, Chicago, Minneapolis. And if they're able to find the capital they want, it's not at all uncommon that there are strings attached. And the investors say, love your business. Here's the money, but you know what? I really want you to grow in Waltham, Massachusetts instead of Waitsfield, Vermont. And that's devastating because the community loses the 20 jobs that the company currently has. But more devastating is it loses the potential for that company to be 50 high-paying jobs down the road. And so everyone that we work with, we're talking about community development, we're talking about impact, and for the most part, we're talking about you know, leveraging this economic and community development model that's working and broadening it and expanding it.
Matt, let me turn the tables on a different direction from your point of view. Any tough conversations with your bosses on sustainable investments?
Sure, yes. I mean, the tough conversations every day on a lot of topics, but you know, in 08, 09, I was in Afghanistan with the US Army, working in the western part of the country, advising local regional police departments. And Afghanistan at that time was a landscape full of allied forces, lots of different countries, but also lots of different State Department and even some USDA folks, and every part of the US government and contractors and so on. And a whole ton of stakeholders, a whole ton of different systems and languages, both cultural languages and actual languages, and different views. And that causes just a lot of natural friction. And it's a kind of natural friction that can slow down progress if you don't have a real clear shared view of what you're there to do. And that clear shared view was increase the capability of the Afghans that we were working with. And so when we think about ESG impacts and the reasons that we are engaging in these areas, it is a clear shared view already. And when you have that, it can, in my experience, as every player brings their full strength to the game, can give you what you need to get through those frictions, those misunderstandings, the language gaps, and so on. And so tough conversations, well, yeah, but I mean, what's the alternative if we don't make progress? And that's just not acceptable. So, so it is challenging at times, but the need is so clear that personally, I find that very compelling.
Great, thanks. At Open Prairie, we confronted this issue last year, and we were trying to come up with a framework that would allow us to impact activities within our portfolio, recognizing that in most cases we are a small percentage of the portfolio of the investment. 10%, 15%, maybe have a seat on the board, oftentimes don't even have a seat on the board. And the approach that we took is we retained some business school students from Georgetown to come in and look at our individual portfolio companies and come up with an external matrix of what they were doing from a sustainability perspective. The guidelines we used were the guidelines you heard about earlier this morning from the United Nations and the 17 sustainable goals that the UN has published. Obviously very general, but they gave us enough context to have a conversation with each of our portfolio companies. And we then urged each of our portfolio companies to come up with a report card. And these are businesses that are maybe $10 million of revenue, maybe $1 million of revenue, but tiny businesses, relatively speaking. We were able to convince them to take the time to step back a little bit and do a survey of their practices, the activities they were doing, and then importantly, to give themselves a grade on where they were, some type of measurement of where they stood against various activities. And then the idea obviously is to come back next year and see how they do against that grade, against the grade where they were last year, to show some year-over-year improvement. It's a difficult conversation to have. We're a minority investor. A lot of the things we're suggesting are not mainstream to their business. These are young businesses. They can barely afford a hiccup or hit the curb on anything without throwing a lot of creditors and other investors into an uproar. But we were able to at least have that conversation. And so that's Open Prairie's approach to sustainability within our portfolio. I have one more question for our panel, but we have time for questions from the audience too. So just be thinking about questions you might want to ask. But the last question I want to propose to our panel is the pipeline of new deals. How do you source new deals, and what ESG guidelines are you using to try to source new deals? As you can imagine, the biggest challenge for any venture capital, early stage or later stage firm is finding the right deals to invest. Oftentimes raising the money is not that difficult, or you have the money already raised. The question is how to invest that money. Using ESG as a screen, perhaps, how do you look at a pipeline? What pipeline of deals do you look at? How do you source new sustainable deals? And Kevin, I'm going to start off with you again, if I could.
Yeah, so I would say at Fulcrum, our process and our sources haven't really changed. What I can say is in our decision-making process, when we are looking at a pipeline of companies and trying to figure out which deals make the most sense for us to do, when we lay companies side by side, if there are two companies that we believe have great innovation, great team, great addressable market, and they're sort of even, but one of them has a greater impact, then we lean a little bit more towards that company that's got a little bit greater impact. And that impact, again, can be defined in a lot of different ways. So I wouldn't say we necessarily change our sources, but our senses have been heightened a little bit now around what we internally talk about, which is sustainability. And again, we define it pretty broadly, a number of different ways. But if we compare two companies side by side and one has it and one doesn't, or one has something that's a little bit greater, then we tend to lean a little bit more towards that one that has the potential for a greater impact.
Thanks. Jan, what does Innova do?
Yeah, I'd like to say we do a lot, but I think we can do a lot more. I do think that we have reputation out there for a lot of things now that is very positive. So we tend to get way more deal flow than we need and can invest in. So adding that lens is something that I will commit to on stage today, is that we're going to actively look through that lens at our deal flow. We do get a lot of diversity talent approaching us already because of the lists and the rankings that we're on. So I think we just need to do even more. And instead of being number 7 on a national ranking, we want to be number 1.
Let's follow up on there if we can, Jan, so that you can use your ranking as an investor as a source of more deals.
Absolutely. I mean, it's people go where they feel welcome, and I think that's especially with diversity and inclusion. I think the startup world looks the way it does is because, I mean, let's face it, white guys invest in white guys, and that's why we have the situation that we have. And what happens as a result is that women and black and brown founders don't even try. They're not going to knock on the door of a typical VC. And that's where we have that reputation now that, yes, we will talk to you and we will invest in you. So we actually have a lot of diverse founders knocking on our door, and we just need to make sure that the companies that we're in and syndicate members that come on the boards with us start doing the same thing. So it's incremental, but it's making change.
Skip, how about your pipeline of future deals?
Yeah, we're actively building a pipeline at this stage, and we've got a number of very robust channels through which those opportunities flow. One of note is our sponsor, Community Reinvestment Fund. They're a national CDFI, Community Development Financial Institution, and they're a major player within that universe of CDFIs and more generally community development organizations. One of the reasons we're in business is because that universe of community development financial institutions by and large provides debt capital to small, medium-sized enterprises. There's a dearth of equity capital or risk capital out there. And so for us, we are integrating ourselves into that CDFI, community development ecosystem, as one of the few sources of risk capital for businesses that are part of that network. And there's some, I wouldn't say it's by any stretch a proprietary channel for us, but we are a unique animal within that organization or that ecosystem. You know, the other approach that we're taking is goes back to what I said about the community and economic development model that we are supporting, which is the entrepreneur and innovation ecosystem development. There are networks. There's a nonprofit called CORI, Center on Rural Innovation, that we're close to. They have a network of 50 rural communities in which CORI is helping build these ecosystems. And what we're seeing coming out of that are, again, these businesses that are gaining traction and getting to the point where they're ready to scale. So we're, again, integrating ourselves into a network.
Corey is a great organization. I want to talk to you more about that. Matt, what's on the horizon for Cargill? If you can talk about it.
Sure, yeah. You know, the Cargill, as big as it is never going to be the biggest source of capital or the fastest source of capital or the most reputable, you know, source of capital. There are all sorts of reasons that, you know, purely from a venture perspective, you know, we're not going to be the partner of choice, and that's fine. You know, we want to maintain a clear-eyed view of who we are. And so rather than getting out there and trying to be as loud as we can and talk as loud as we can about what we're doing, the question that I think is more interesting internally is saying, you know, if we're speaking quietly, like who out there wants to listen? And as we can find those partners who can bring not just new capabilities, but also like a new perspective on Cargill, you know, help us see ourselves from a different angle, that opens us up to new opportunities. And so we can be open to that through just increasing consistency, both internally and externally. I mean, kind of somewhat vanilla stuff, as you might say, with better processes, better forms, better visibility, better examples and stories, you know, help people see the change and understand how it can be real. And then externally, again, you know, more engagement, more visibility, more stories. So a lot of basics, but you get the basics right at a big scale, and you can have a large effect.
Thanks. And I have some more thoughts on the pipeline, but I don't want to monopolize the Q&A. Any questions from the audience? Sure, microphone's on its way.
I'm a fan of the ESG platform and have been studying it for a while as the ultimate way of doing business, and believe it's financially too, it does better for returns too. So thank you for this panel. I've heard a lot of talk on the the environment and the sustainability side, and a little bit on the S, which is the social and people side. Not much on the governance and you know, how boards are led, and how do we get diversity on the top platforms on boards and so on. And it's something that I think our consumers are now looking at, of who are the top people in your companies and what do they look like before we even know anything about them. So could you address the G a little bit more, the governance part a little bit more?
Sure, it's a tough issue, particularly for smaller companies and particularly for investment funds. There's a lot of history involved, obviously, but there's been from my perspective, a tremendous unwillingness to crack that ceiling from a governance perspective. And I'm embarrassed to say that public companies are making more success in these successful strides in these areas than a lot of private companies are. In large part because public companies are held more accountable than private companies are. So no good stories for you there. From my perspective, a whole lot needs to be done. A whole lot needs to be done. Any other comments?
Yeah, so by investing in diverse founders, typically the founder becomes a board member. So we tend to have at least one point of diversity, even early on in the companies that we invest in, on the board. And I can tell you that the dynamic in a board changes so much for the positive if you have a woman on there, instead of just guys. The banter that goes around in board meetings is not open for public kind of thing. If it's just guys, it's just not inappropriate what goes on in some board meetings. And you put one woman in there and it just stops, because we kind of know it's not right, but if we can get away with it, we do it, right? And that's just got to change, and we definitely see it in practice, and you make better decision as a diverse board. You get more viewpoints. And I do think that statistics will start bearing out, is if you have a diverse board from the very beginning of your company, you will be more successful, you will have better returns. It's just proving out everywhere. So why not in the startup world?
Yeah, the only comment I would add to that would be, if you look at venture as a whole, so forget food and ag, there's a lot of new momentum going towards founding more minority-led funds. And so a lot of money is going into that. You're seeing new funds that are popping up. Some of those funds are generalists and just general tech funds. Some of them are very specific, and they only want to invest in other sort of Black and brown founders or women-led founded companies, et cetera. And I think that's all great, because our baseline or our starting point is way down here, right? And so all of that, I think, activity leads to part of what Jan was talking about, which is, creating more equality, if you will, at all different levels, at the founder level, at the board level, at the decision-making level from a venture perspective. That's the only way that you start to see change. I think our viewpoint as a fund, obviously I qualify as minority, but there's 3 of us that are partners. And we didn't set out to do this. It just sort of happened because we're looking for the best people and the best decision and the best opportunities. But about 40% of our founders are female, and about 40% of our founders are non-white males. Just happened to be that way. I won't even take credit for the fact that we tried to do that, but what we found is, when we talk about diversity, the biggest value we've seen, whether it's in leading the company, whether it's on the board level, we see it all the time in Fulcrum when it's just the 3 of us in our partner meetings. It's more diversity of thought. It's the different experiences and the backgrounds that we all come with, and my 2 partners are white male. They come with 2 completely different experiences than I have. But it's that diversity of thought that creates conversation that many times doesn't take place. And when you have that level of respect at all those different levels, whether it's the founder, whether it's the board, whether it's a partner at a venture level, when you're open to that conversation, then I think what happens is nothing but good. It's not worse, but good for whatever the outcome is in that situation. So I think we're in terms of venture, we're moving in the right direction. But there's a lot of room for growth in that space, just simply because the last stats I looked at were, I think it was less than 1% of venture were general partners were minority, and less than 2% were female. So I mean, we've got a big gap to fill. But I do think that there are some things that are being done right now where people are putting money towards those types of.
Question here?
Let me bring the mic to you, then everybody will hear it.
Thanks. As I mentioned earlier, I'm with Red Wing Ignite. We are a member of AURI, the Center on Rural Innovation, since 2018. And that was in part prompted because the EDA for the first time designated 40% of their funds for rural economic development. And when they Googled innovation, they got Red Wing Ignite. So yay for Minnesota, we have feet in this playing field. But what that brings up for me is that the same kind of lag that exists between our human capacity to catch up with the speed of change with technology, so true is it with local government, who really don't understand that bricks and mortar are not necessarily the place where investment needs to go, that we are in a digital economy, and that's true of agriculture as much as manufacturing, but the education systems aren't catching up with it. In fact, our rural employers, global employers, don't even think about the fact that the skill shortage is also tied to digital skills. And so there's a perception lag, there's an investment lag. In particular, in our counties, it's a real hardship to get agricultural companies engaged openly in the innovation process with us. And we say, it doesn't have to be an entrepreneur, just somebody with an idea, people with ideas. So we try and reduce every barrier so that it's as inclusive and receptive as possible. But local government wants bricks and mortar still. And I'm just sort of curious how you are in the venture field in rural community and economic development, helping to move minds past the 20th century into today's venture capital field with creating shared value.
I think Skip has an answer for you here.
And,
I'm not sure I
And
do.
Matt, this is your panel's last question.
It's a pleasure to meet you, by the way, because I have used Red Wing, Minnesota as an example of a very successful entrepreneurial innovation ecosystem. Even though personally I don't know that much about it, but I do know enough through our friends at Corey and from Community Reinvestment Fund for that matter to know that you're really making a difference. So, I can only answer that with what's in front of us. The building of the infrastructure that's needed for these digital economy companies or digital economy jobs, that's really the domain of the federal government and state government. And I think that the COVID has a silver lining to it in that it's accelerated, the digitalization of everything. And that if you're going to succeed or even participate in our culture, you've got to have access to broadband. And so I think everyone knows across the board that that is a requirement for rural to truly achieve the benefit, the promise of the digital economy. But I personally believe it's coming. And, the infrastructure bill, 65 billion, it's coming. We can't let 45 or 60 million people just stay on the sideline any longer. But it's also the reason why I think, set the impact investing aside and pull out my just commercial investment experience. I think it's a great time to be investing in rural, because if you think about it, if you believe rural businesses or rural generally has been left behind in the digital economy, they're going to catch up. Not all communities, but those that are building the local support staff. And there's going to be a catch up, and there's going to be great opportunities to invest in really good businesses. And so what's in front of us and what's in front of from me, it's not the infrastructure. I don't know how to deal with the local governance, but for us, it's finding those businesses and making sure they're successful and that they're sharing, that they're including the benefits of the growth that we're helping promote with their employees and with their local community. And we try hard to make sure that we're investing in businesses that have that commitment, the long-term commitment. We're not a control investor. We can't force them to stay in Red Wing, Minnesota. But we can get a good sense of that level of commitment, and that's really important to us, and it's something we think about when we're starting our underwriting of a business.
Thank you, Skip. And let me just conclude with one comment that's going to lead us over to tomorrow morning, to our keynote speaker tomorrow. By any definition, I think the largest impact investor in America is the federal government. They lend more money, make more grants for economic development around the country than any other private organization does. And within the federal government, the largest pocket is the Department of Agriculture. And Dr. Neal, who's going to come here tomorrow and talk to you all, is right in the middle of that great flow of funding these days from the federal government, from Congress, through USDA to rural America. She has a lot to say about impact investing tomorrow. Thank you all to my panel. Thank you for our audience. It's been great. Thank you, AURI. Great session. Thank you.
I did want to remind you that That particular panel was sponsored by Avisen Legal, and we appreciate their support today. Going to be talking about bioindustrial material trends and opportunities. And this session sponsored by Ag Country Farm Credit Services. So thanks so much to them for sponsoring this particular session. To lead our session here in the main room is John Veldhuis. John is CEO of Core, a joint venture of Cargill and Helm Ag that supports material producers and brand owners in making more sustainable products through the use of Kira, a renewable drop-in chemical intermediate. Over the past 20 years, John has developed unique technical and commercial expertise across startup and large multinational corporations. He serves on the board of directors of the Agricultural Utilization Research Institute as well, and John will be introducing his panel. So with that, John Veldhuis.
Good afternoon. Is that coming through? Good afternoon. So thank you, everybody. As we transition here, we'll talk a little bit about bioindustrial and biomaterials, and it's a little bit of a transition from financials and finance, but we'll keep the chemistry light, but if you haven't, fill up your cup of coffee. So, you know, when I first started thinking about bioindustrial biomaterials, this could be an extremely broad conversation and a broad topic to cover with a panel. You have this morning, Jocelyn mentioned the bio revolution, and that's part of it. And that's what my company is doing, as well as participating in biotechnology and converting simple sugars into renewable products. You take that and you can expand that out into things like animals. You can, you can expand that into plant materials, other plant materials, cellulosics. There's an enormous amount of what I call the alphabet soup of chemistry, the PLAs, the PBATs, all of the different polyester that can be made renewable, recyclable, biodegradable. You have compostable. So when we talk about biointermediates, the list is endless. But one of the commonalities that most all of them have is it coming back to the egg supply chain and egg residues, and a lot of what all of us touch every day across the state and across the region. And so, when I being able to bring all of that together is difficult, given that it's such a broad space. But we do have a fantastic panel, and that touches on a number of different pieces within that supply chain. And so with that, it's my pleasure to introduce. First, we have Dr. Ming Chen, Senior Scientist at CoreTech.
Hello, my name is Ming Chen. I'm the Senior Scientist there and also the Manager of Green Chemistry Initiative.
Yeah, and Ming is the Senior Scientist and Manager Green Chemistry Initiatives at CoreTech. She's worked in the R&D and corrosion and inhibition chemistry and product development for over 10 years, with an emphasis on incorporating renewable material and designing products to promote a circular economy. Also, we have Dr. Claire San. Thank you. Claire is the owner and founder of Packaging Technology and Research. Her mission is to enable more sustainable food system by using science and value chain innovations to increase food shelf life and prevent food waste. She leads cross-functional efforts, infuses innovative solutions, provides compelling business and technology strategies in business cases, and generates implementation roadmaps for the packaging and food industry. And then lastly on the panel, we have Dr. Chad Olven. Chad is the professor of mechanical engineering at North Dakota State University and chief technology officer at C2 Renew Inc., developing performance-driven biocomposite materials offering price stability and greener alternatives.
He has been involved in the research of polymer matrix composites, PMCs, for the various commercial and defense applications, and has co-authored 6 book chapters, 80 journal articles, and over 100 conference papers related to PMCs. And so we'll give each of the speakers an opportunity to tell us a little bit about their organizations, followed by some questions, and then we'll open it up to the audience for questions as well. So, Ming.
Thank you. So I work at this company called the Keynote Corporation. It's located in White Bear Lake, where we make mostly corrosion inhibition products. So we would like to think ourselves provide the solutions to green material preservation. And next, please. So we have over 300 products. Maybe that's underestimated, probably in the 500 range. So in these various categories, like packaging materials, mostly with the emphasis of corrosion inhibition during the transportation. And we also have assets and the process preservation, additives and treatments, metalworking, and the performance coating and additives, water treatment, surface treatment that involves cleaning and also after cleaning the rust prevention. And we also have products to enhance, protect, elongate the reinforced concrete durability. We have additives and treatments for road and bridges. Those products are sold worldwide, mostly through industrial distributorship. Next, please. At the Cortec, we try to practice greener chemistry by striving for a circular economy design, with which we mean we try to formulate products with renewable products, raw material stocks. And being in Midwest, we're in a golden land for that kind of opportunities. And we try to do that to have USDA bio-based label. It is a third-party certification program, so to speak. And we have been named as a bio-preferred program pioneer. And we also try to design packaging products that are recyclable and certified compostable. Next, please. So USDA certified bio-based product is a program run by USDA. Their purpose is to promote the use of the renewable material. They have about 139 categories. Each category has their different own bio-based content requirement. And they certified through a third-party independent testing. Mainly it's like a carbon dating. And they also have this federal preferred purchasing program, basically require federal agency to purchase product with USDA certified label. And so we have been participating in that program for more than 10 years. We have 52 products with such labels. We are proud of that. Next, please. So a few of the USDA certified bio-based products that was from the soil feedstock. We have products, liquid products, emulsion products for treat metal surface, multi-metal. So people use that and they during their processing or during shipping. And we have something called a long-term performance lubricant, penetrant. We have a lot of grease and lubricants. We also have the last product we call the bio-based powered by nano VPCA. Basically, that is a grease with some vapor phase corrosion inhibition special functions. Next, please. And we also have that USDA certified products made from carbohydrate and other sources. One of them is called MCA 2005. That is a concrete admixture to prevent rebar corrosion. It is derived from corn. We have a biopad, which is a vapor phase corrosion inhibition emitter, which is constructed with bio-based padding material. And we have this recent new product called the Ecoline AL Core, which is an inhibitor for aluminum agricultural irrigation pipe that is formulated with the material approved food preservation and is made from palm and coconut oil. And we also have boiler additives with green filming inhibitor properties. Next, please. On the end of life circle, we strive to have packaging material with compostable certification or recyclable credentials, such as that paper we call the 146, that is a corrosion inhibiting paper with both contact and vapor phase function, and is certified recyclable, bio-based, compostable. Also have a patent depending on that. We have eco film that is BPI certified compostable. That is for general packaging. We have eco wrap. The owner of the company call it the world first certified compostable stretch film. And I think one of the exciting development is we have this certified compostable vapor phase corrosion inhibiting film that is more to like a specialty of our industry. And we just passed all the compostable certification. It will soon be marketed. So that's in a nutshell what we do. Basically, we do our part to utilize renewable material and incorporate in that our daily life in industrial usage. Thank you.
Thanks, man. That was really interesting, and I'm going to ask you some questions
Yeah,
later
we'll
on
go
after we're done
with
here.
you.
Very cool. I remember learning about corrosion inhibitors in packaging in 1986, and I was just totally fascinated by it. And I'm super excited that now we can have them that are bio-derived. So my name's Claire Sand, and I'm a food packaging person. So that's what I do. That's my life and has been my life, I guess, sadly, since about 1985 or so. So what I work on is basically extending the shelf life of food products, and I help companies do this with all sorts of interesting active packaging technologies. One of them is related to corrosion inhibitors. So I work with emitters in active packaging. So we have gases that we can add to packaging that will emit things into the product that will help the product last longer. So that's super cool. Another example of what I work on is intelligent packaging. And so consume within indicators, telling people how long they can eat the product, something that I always wonder about. Rather than doing the yogurt sniff test, you would actually just be told if the yogurt is bad or not, right? The interesting thing about more sustainable packaging these days is the interest in bio-derived packaging. So I work a lot with companies on bio-derived versus fossil-derived packaging. So next slide, please. This is a group that I'm a member of, and if you haven't looked up Spring, it's springpack.net. They're a pretty neat group of people. We're formed by Bob Lilienfeld, who, if you've been around for a while, wrote the book called Use Less Stuff or Use Less Stuff with a garbologist named Bill Rathje. So Bill Rathje was a pretty cool guy. He dug core samples in landfills, right? And he was the world's first garbologist, Arizona State, pretty cool guy. He is deceased, but Bob is carrying the baton, one might say. And he's created a group of scientists. We are science-based, and it's a networking group. So if you have any questions on more sustainable packaging or anything, they're a great group to reach out to. And I can give you Bob's contact information, or you can just email me and I'll forward it on to Bob. So I wanted to talk just a little bit about the role of bio-based packaging, right? And there is a role. And if you look at this chart right here, or over here, I'm looking at it down here, is, it's one of the solutions, right? And that's basically, we have biomass derived and fossil derived. We're not getting product yet from Mars. That may happen soon, but we're stuck on Earth, right? So in terms of packaging or polymers specifically, we have biomass and we have fossil derived. Someday Mars will be giving us resources, but that's not happening yet. So, and then you can do a number of different things with them. You can recycle them, right? So the life cycle analysis or the environmental favorability of that is much higher, right? And most companies that I'm working with in the food industry are most interested in that. So they want like a biomass derived product that can be recycled. You can also compost it, right? So that's also an idea. We can also burn it, right? Waste to energy, or we could also throw it in the landfill. Right? So those are the options. But what's really important to do is make a distinction between biomass derived and biodegradable. That's because they're entirely separate things. So I wanted to just show, this is a graph that Spring has developed, and this is pretty useful. And just in terms of understanding from a competitive standpoint, if you're developing a bio-based packaging material, what your competitive set is, right? And then what type of disposal options you need to look at for your product. Next slide, please. This is just some outlines of positives and negatives that we're seeing, and this is an industry perspective, in the market for more sustainable packaging. All right, and so this is packaging waste going from the value chain. So this is, we dig it out of the ground, right, or we grow it, all the way through to the consumer figuring out what to do with it. And then we have recycling and reuse at the bottom there. So we have waste that's generated throughout the whole production process, really, in our food system. So one of the positives that we're really seeing is that we have standards. So Min, alluded to some standards, right? So we have TUV and we have BPI, and that's really awesome that we have these. These are being enforced dramatically by the FTC and by California, specifically state regulations. So you will get sued if you put something as recyclable or something is compostable and it's actually not on your packaging, which I think is good because then it levels the playing field and it takes away the confusion from consumers. The other really cool thing is chemicals of concern. We're seeing industry getting really excited about chemicals of concern, and that is for the circular economy. We're wanting to get out the chemicals in our packaging, and this is paperboard as well as polymers, to make sure they can be recycled, reused, or even composted. Right? Some of the negatives are, we have one solution advocate saying, hey, we need to have all compostables. All right, well, no, one solution doesn't fit all. It's kind of like expecting all of our kids to want to play football, right? When some of them might want to play lacrosse or might want to swim. And then the other thing is we have a lot of uncommercialized packaging being proposed, right? That's just not suitable because it doesn't really have a good barrier property. It doesn't really protect the food. It's interesting to think about seaweed packaging or mushroom packaging, but in terms of protecting foods, it doesn't really help that much. Okay.
Good. Well, thank you. Can't agree more on some of the points you made there. There's no silver bullet that's gonna save our environment. It's got to be a multi-pronged approach. Good to be here this afternoon. My name is Chad Alvin. Life is a little bit complicated for me. I wear a professor hat and then I wear a CTO hat. I've been at NDSU for 16 years and professor and associate chair of the mechanical engineering department. But I started a company back in 2012 with my business partner, C2 Renew. And we've had quite a ride over the, coming up on 10 years here now, developing a wide variety of different biocomposite materials is what we refer to them. Next slide, please. So who C2 Renew is, we design and utilize a wide variety of different biomasses. And we always joke, if you remember Letterman long ago had a, will it sink or will it float? We always, any biomass we'd get a hold of, will it compound or will it won't? And we use a wide variety of different plastics for these applications. Because with composite philosophy is you design the material to suit the application. So a lot of times we would look at who's our customer, who are we trying to design this material for, and then let's put the right components together to achieve that. And that allowed us also to do a lot of engineering services, especially up in Fargo, North Dakota. There's not a lot of firms up there that specialize in plastic and composite design services. So that's how we got our start, and that's what we're really known for, is this custom compounding that we do. Next slide, please. We spent our first probably 2-3 years of business really going after some large volume, low margin type of product opportunities. So we were compounding different composites for belt shrouds with Bobcat, for handles with John Deere, sensors for agricultural seeders, parts in a inkjet cartridge. But what we quickly realized is how hard this was to get into right out of the gate as a startup business. We were pushing water uphill constantly, and burnt up probably more capital than I'd like to admit. So then we made our pivot about 2 or 3 years later. Next slide, please. Next slide. And thank you. And that's where we really started to embrace, or let's create materials that can go into products and make them scream green. We always kind of use that as a catchphrase. And we started to design materials that met the message, or the what consumers wanted to see, and help with the marketing of particular products. Next slide, please. And so current products that we're into right now are a lot of consumer facing goods. Everything from toothbrushes we do with BOGO Brush. They've got 4 lines of our different biocomposite materials, one based off of flax, one cotton, coffee waste, and then hemp with BOGO Brush. With Earthkind, they have natural rodent repellents as well as air fresheners. And we do a flax composite for their product, their enclosure. We also have gotten a lot of requests recently within the last couple of years on hemp-based plastics with companies like Dragon Chewer, where we're doing a hard packaging or a rigid packaging for CBD oil products. We're doing golf tees with hemp tees. We're making guitar picks out of beer residuals and hemp, just a wide variety of opportunity there. Next slide, please. We're heavy into 3D printing materials as well. We are partnered with 3D Fuel. Actually, we share the same building together. So transportation costs are really low on this one. We produce a 3D printer filament known as Wound Up, as a coffee waste 3D printer filament. Buzzed, which is a beer filament. So again, using the residuals from the malting process, mashing process. Entwined, which is derived from hemp. Land filament, this is an interesting one, where we actually take converted, or basically thermally converted trash, and at that point it's kind of a carbonous char that we compound into filament to make land filament. And then finally earthen, which is a cotton waste based 3D printer filament. And going forward, or moving into kind of theme of this panel is opportunities, trends. I also like to say challenges is looking at biomass supply chains and being able to get a hold of certain biomasses that we need, because we're so diverse in what type of biomass streams we utilize. We always joke it would be awesome if there was an Uber for biomass. I mean, how cool would that be? But for us, but it's not there yet. Also, we need to do a full LCA for certain companies. Want to see, hey, what is your carbon footprint of your particular plastic or your composite? And that's really challenging from us when we're pulling from so many different biomass streams, because our LCA is only as good as the data we have for each of these different biomasses that are available. And so we're very gun shy on saying this is our carbon footprint for this compound, because we don't know how good the estimation was, or the assumptions that were made on some of the data that was collected as our input. And so there's where a lot more work needs to be done and a lot more focus. Also, we get into situations where competitors of ours are putting out materials that are comparable, and saying they're this, that, or the other thing. And there's a lot of falsehoods out there. And that's very frustrating because we're trying to do the right thing. But we've got competitors that are undercutting us with false product. And so governance on labeling and certification, just as we kind of talked about with USDA preferred, is so important to keep moving forward. And just to touch on here before we open it up, we're doing a lot of more in the cosmetics industry, which is a lot of fun, but way outside my realm. Makeup brushes and containers for facial creams, things like that, high-end dishes, and even other types of golf tees. So a lot of good fun opportunities, but there's a lot of challenges right now still. So
Thank you. Thank you, Chad. Thank you, panelists. One of the commonalities as sitting here listening to you is all three of you, if it's durable goods, if it's packaging, if it's corrosion inhibitors, you know, in most of these application spaces, there's a petroleum alternative, right? And so can you talk to us a little bit about each of your organizations in the markets that you play in? What some of the biggest drivers are for biomaterials as you see it? And even if there's specific metrics, I mean, you had mentioned, right, LCA, what are you seeing out there in the market that customers and, you know, within your value chains that are discussing?
I can just comment quickly. One of the things I think is really interesting, and this is again from a packaging perspective, but I know our products are used in different realms, but we do sustainability work for people in packaging. And I have been asking, well, what was the motivation, you know, to do this? And the recent motivation and the recent answer is employee retention. And when I was first answered that way, I said, what do you mean? And basically, you know, staffing at whatever level in a company is really difficult now. And people who can make decisions they do not want to work for a company that is not as sustainable as they can be. Right. And I think that's really interesting. So this particular company was out at Washington, the state of Washington, and they had a real retention problem, and their employees were looking for a reason to stay, you know, looking for a reason that their company could be more sustainable. I'm working with a company now in Kansas City, and it's the same type of thing. The employees say, we want our company to be more sustainable. It's not just about the ESGs and talking about it. They actually want the effort to be there, and they want to be able to be communicated with and talk with their friends and say, this is what my company is doing to make the world a better place. So I think that's super cool.
In my case, this company I work at called Kodak is a private company. I think in this case, this owner's worldview value system is one of the very important driving force. He has this keen sense of being environmentally sustainable. And because of that, we have an array of products to offer. And lately, more and more customers, they will be excited when we have this green label products out, and they will get a lot of calls. So sales kind of excited on that as well. Particularly, I think in the past 2 or 3 years, you have a bio-based, you have a degradable, you have less toxic alternatives. There are a lot of willing takers.
For us, we, as I mentioned earlier, take it component by component, and we look at what is it you want a material to do, and we recognize those specifications and say, okay, knowing that you want the fender of your car to hang on for several years and not wash off in the rain, we might have to have some petrochemical based plastic in there. It could be a blend with some of the bio-based plastic, could be some blend with a biomass's reinforcement or stiffness, impact properties, things like that. But in order to hold up in certain environments and situations, we need to accommodate for that. And so an all bio-based solution for certain applications just isn't reasonable yet. And I say yet because as the chemistry evolves, so will these opportunities. But so we do blends. We do blends of recyclates, virgin petroleum plastics, virgin bio-based plastics, and even we've gotten our hands on some recycled bio-based plastics every once in a while. So we come at it from a standpoint of when we look at an application, we say there's three things: performance, price, and sustainability. And if you want to go the whole, take a big bite of the apple, we'll go after all three. But if you're a little hesitant on price or cost or sustainability, you got to give up one of those. And that becomes a harder discussion to have, but that's just the state we're in right now.
Great. And it's interesting, right before you said that, Chad, I wrote down performance, price, environmental impact, right? So the three-legged stool, you might not be able to, you try and get them all at the same time. So on the topic of environmental impact, right? I mean, that's definitely one of the selling points of bio-based materials and biomaterials as general. Talked a little bit about LCA. As you're talking to people, are they generally referencing a specific metric? Is it all of the above? Is it greenhouse gas? Can you give a little insight into those types of discussions?
I have to go first again. Yeah, so the metric that is the most common is, CO2 equivalents. So that's the one, it's sort of the common denominator, right? So it's really nice to use that because number one, we need a common denominator. But then if you're combining food waste or other waste associated with your product, then it communicates in the same language. So that's what we use. I am seeing, and Chad mentioned this, the hesitancy with LCAs. Some of you may remember, reading about, oh, plastic is better than paper. Oh, then polystyrene is worse than, back and forth, right? And it's all based on the LCA scoping, which of course, creative science, or rather creative unscience, choosing where the data points is, defining the scope. So that's been the trouble with LCAs. So I'm all about consistent LCAs and peer-reviewed LCAs and things like that. But that being said, a peer-reviewed LCA just on something very similar, very specific. Like I did one recently or got a quote for a peer-reviewed LCA, and just to do the LCA and get it peer-reviewed was $30,000. And this was for a tiny piece of steel coated with low-density polyethylene. So it wasn't rocket science, right? So to do a very small scale one on SEMA Pro it's much less expensive. But you really, if you're going to communicate to consumers, you really need to have something that's robust because you'll end up on Facebook being swatted back and forth. But I'm finding that companies, they're more comfortable with doing a consistent LCA analysis and sharing it internally, like I was talking about with employees and things like that, and with their sales force. And they're linking up with their suppliers and retailers and moving it all along so they can all start using the same, CO2 equivalents, but then also the same type of LCA format in terms of scoping.
I agree. If it's not done right, if it's not done thoroughly, it can really come across as smoke and mirrors pretty quick. And we were, at C2 Renew, we don't have, next to nothing on a budget for marketing. It's just when my business partner and I have time. But people reach out to us and they find us. And we had a European automotive products molder contact us. And that was one of their first questions coming from Europe is, well, what is your carbon equivalency? And we said, I threw it back at them, what's the product you want us to design? Because that's how it changes. And so it becomes a chicken and the egg scenario to some degree. And unfortunately that conversation didn't go much farther, but you could see right away, or my impact off of that conversation was, wow, they have a metric that they want us to provide in order to assess, hey, do we want to even have a second conversation? And I just see more and more companies are going to go that direction.
For us, we just try to keep it simple. By that, when we say it's bio-based, we try to get USDA bio-based label for which you have to hit a certain amount of content, right? The bio-based could be 5%, 10%, but USDA has certain level, you have to hit that. I think for us, that's the simplest way we would handle that.
To go back, I think, well, both, I guess at some point you all mentioned the LCA. So I'm going to test and see where the scientists are. There's really the three things that are for sure in life, and that's death, taxes, and stoichiometry. So as long as we can, have those LCAs and believe in them, right? I think, Claire, your point is, has to have the science behind it. We need the scientists and the engineers to be able to do that mass balance to show and back up with data, have it peer reviewed and have access to it, right? I think that's the other piece is the cost to generate an LCA for a small company or an entrepreneur is it's a pretty tremendous thing to overcome, which leads me kind of into my next line of questioning is, the challenges, where have you seen the biggest challenges in the industry? And do you feel like that's evolving or changing over the last few years?
Well, maybe I start. Challenges, I think, obviously pricing and the performance, right? A lot of you bio-based material, at least in the field I work with, could be similar replacement for petroleum-driven chemicals. So that is good. But lately, the agricultural product, byproducts price has increased a lot. So that is a challenge. And also, I think in the compostable side, because more people are being aware of that, the demand is higher. So the supply is a little in shortage.
Yeah, for us, it's, and I mentioned it earlier, was supply chain and biomass availability. And especially to the spec that we need, because we have some, for compounding certain products, we want a certain particle size or a certain fiber length. But then for other products, we can have some wiggle room. It all depends upon the properties that we're designing a particular material for. And for us, another challenge, and we go back and forth on this all the time, and is, do we have a standard line card of materials that we just post on our website? Or do we stay that custom formulator that designs materials specifically for applications? Because there's a lot of benefit to having that standard line card, as Ming discussed. And that's a challenge for us, is do we stay this kind of nimble custom, or does that hinder our growth? But I would say because of the supply chain issues, we can absorb those issues, being that we're a little bit more custom and need to stay more nimble rather than a standard line card for different materials.
Yeah, I would echo what's been said. The big thing is, to me, alignment. And so if you have a small company who's also nimble, they would love to work with another small company or smaller company that's also nimble. But if you have a large company and they get all excited about seeing something, there often isn't a large company that can actually supply them. So it's an alignment issue. What we're seeing is a lot of really cool companies that are smaller scale start to work together, and then they innovate, they create change within the industry. And then pretty soon there's a large company that says, gosh, well, we can do that. But then they need to find another large company supplier. And then that's happening slowly. A good example of that is bio-derived PET. So we've been able to bio-derive ethylene glycol for a while. Coke's Planet bottle, which I think has been around 10 years. I was thinking it was 7, but you're likely correct. So 10 years. But now we can derive the terephthalate component. So now we can have 100% bio-derived PET, or your water bottle, which is super cool. And so Coke went around their usual suppliers, and Pepsi went around their usual suppliers in different complicated arrangements. But basically, they created their own suppliers because they needed to do that. They're extremely large companies, right? And so we've seen a lot of different strategies work well like that. But alignment is the issue, a big issue right now, as I see it.
Yeah, in great example of that organic small company, and PET is a great story too, right? Is, you know, Coke planted that seed over 10 years ago to take ethanol, make it into ethylene glycol. Now it's in our PET bottles and in our water bottles everywhere. Step further, now you have the paraxylene and your fully renewable and recyclable bottle. So, and all starting from ethanol, right? So kind of as we think about, you know, those organic, you know, relationships and how a lot of these things start small, what excites you all that's happening in the biomaterial space that 20 years from now, we're all going to look in the rear view mirror and say, I knew that was going to happen.
I kind of think that the composting facility needs to be more available, because at this moment, some of our certified compostable film, if you apply to industrial use, where it really goes, what the composting site universally accept them, it's kind of a question, right? They most accept the food related waste when use that film as a packaging material. But if you really use this for packaging of industrial materials, we need a more well-developed composting facility to take them in. So this advantage could be utilized, could be useful for the society instead of just, you know, at this moment, not fully utilizable.
Yeah, that's a good loaded question. And I think a lot of it is unclear to me, because we have to take this multi-pronged approach of reduce, reuse, recycle, bio-based, you know, where it's sensible, petrochemical based. And so to me, it could go in a lot of different directions, and that's what's exciting, but also challenging. You know, I just saw on the news, Starbucks or some Starbucks retailers are going to start getting rid of some of their paper cups, you know, and then it's like, ooh, all of a sudden you think about the logistics of that. I got to remember to bring my mug there every time, you know, and you kind of go through that. But I tell you what, once they implement it a couple of years down the road, we're going to be sitting here thinking, they used to do what, you know, and so innovation is going to come, and it's going to come in many different forms. And so unfortunately, I don't have a crystal ball, but I'm excited for any of them. So.
Yeah, I think one of the things that we're going to see, I'm not sure if you said 10 or 15 years, but a while from now, is we're going to say thank you to this next generation of people. I know they're extremely frustrating because I work with a lot of them, but you know, young people challenge us. We were talking about diversity and equity earlier. I think it was the previous section, and I thought that was a really interesting discussion. And that's being pushed forward by this generation who's saying that's no longer okay, you know, to have things the way they were. And I'm not sure if the people in charge now have granddaughters or why that's happening, or grandchildren, but they're listening. And I think that's really good. They're listening on diversity and equity, and then they're also listening on the environment. And so this next generation is, you know, school lunch programs. I have a project right now, you know, where kids are separate out their food scraps and, you know, recyclable packaging and things like that. And they're coming back to their parents saying, you're giving me stuff that's not recyclable. Like, you know, that's not okay, you know, mom or dad. And so I think we're going to say a big thank you. And they're asking, they're questioning why we're doing things, why we've been doing things this way for so long. So I think it's going to be a big thank you.
Great conversation. And I think ending on that, because I have 2 daughters that are 16 and 14, right? And it is a discussion at the dinner table in a lot of households. And, you know, going back to the Starbucks example, or the example of the employees, Claire, that you used, I mean, you know, consumers that are out there and demanding transparency and demanding sustainable solutions, right? And these are the things that are driving the brands, the Starbucks of the worlds, to answer those calls, right? And so all very good conversation. Appreciate that. So I'm going to ask another quick question here of the panel. So jumping off of the who's out there listening. So there's been a lot of discussion and a lot of legislation in the arena of bio-based materials and packaging. I think, Claire, you mentioned, you know, there were some confusion around bio-based versus compostable versus, right, compostable or biodegradable, excuse me. What role do you think regulators play at this juncture? Or is it basically step back and watch the consumer drive this change? That was the question.
Oh, okay. Well, I am in favor of regulation because, as I mentioned earlier, it's a level playing field, and I think Chad's not going to say, yeah, we need that. But I think industry has turned around. You know, for years, the U.S. industry has pushed away EPR, or extended producer responsibility. Now companies are wanting that to get a level playing field. So I think we're seeing companies realize that we do need legislation. We do need accreditation processes. We do need these things in place. So that's one of the things that, well, we really need. To rely on the consumer is unfortunate, that we can't. It's a bit like the tail wagging the dog. And so we need to take a leadership position in industry, whether it's packaging industry or, you know, other industries, to really do the right thing for the environment. It comes to leadership with CEOs, but we really need to do, you know, the right thing for consumers. Make it a level playing field with supporting reasonable legislation, but then also not I guess advocating or even encouraging disinformation, and communicating to consumers in a very clear manner.
Yeah, I agree with that. You know, we've had situations where we've sold a material, been very clear, you know, because of the supply chain and how things migrate. You know, we buy our biomass, we buy our bioplastic or petroleum-based plastics. We do our compounding, then we sell our material to an injection molder and extruder. They extrude that product, they injection mold that product, and then they sell to the final customer, or could be even a secondary, you know, assembler or something, until it gets to the final stop and gets sold in retail. And so sometimes what happens is the telephone game, and we'll say, you know, you can claim that this material is biodegradable if it's of a certain thickness. But once that thickness increases past whatever, you're no longer going to meet ASTM spec, you know, for compostability, biodegradability, whatever it is. And you know, we emphasize that, but then I just get this heartburn when I end up in Target and see, you know, a product made from our material, and the packaging says something completely different, and it's just so painful. And there's got to be a way to govern that and have rules in place so that doesn't happen.
I think BPI does require everything. If you put on their label, it's not that the material has to be certified, but the specific end product must have to be certified. Yeah. I guess, but how it is enforced is different story.
Exactly. Yeah, there's definitely metrics there, and there's organizations, but not everybody has to follow.
Exactly.
Unfortunately.
Thank you. Should we open it up to the floor here? Any questions?
We do have some questions, and I should have checked my notes with you because you stole my question. So your last one. So Sue.
Hi, thanks so much for sharing today. It's an exciting topic. This is on a particular, food waste was mentioned a couple times, a couple streams, I think a couple of you are working with. I'm particularly interested in calcium carbonate from eggshell waste. If any of you had direct or indirect experience with that?
Not me.
Yeah, I do. Like I said, we have this contest. Does it compound? Does it not? We have used eggshell in some of our products before and found some benefits and niche multifunctionality that it brings to certain materials. And so that's one that is exciting to us. We haven't extracted calcium carbonate directly, but it's a large constituent of it. And like I said, there's some unique, interesting attributes.
Great. I have a question. Thanks so much for sharing your knowledge with us today. I think it's been very eye-opening. What you continue to talk about is how bio-derived materials really reduces our reliance on fossil fuels. But can you spend a little time talking about any challenges associated with end of life and these materials versus, say, the fossil-derived materials and the infrastructure that's been built up to deal with their end of life?
Yeah, for me, I can comment real quick, is recyclability. You know, we source a lot of our plastic from recycled resources. So we'll get a recycled polypropylene, polyethylene, and then we'll do our compounding to incorporate the biomass. But now what is it? You know, it's a really ugly mess that no one wants to deal with at the end of its life. And that's an issue. We know it's recyclable. We've done several studies, but you can't just introduce it into the same recycled infrastructure. There's no way to handle it currently. And so that needs to improve, and there has to be a way. We often say, hey, when it breaks, when it's you know, trash to you, send it back. But obviously there's a cost with that too. But we're happy to take that back because we know it's recyclable.
And I think one of the thing that's sad, and I super love material science and things like that, but one of the things that's just not getting the attention it deserves is collection and sorting. It's so sad because consumers can do it, right? In most cases, but we just don't spend a lot of time focusing on that. And so we have commingled recycling where I live. But we lose about 15% of that just because it has to be sorted at some point. So one of the big challenges that all of these solutions, whether it's bio-derived or fossil-derived, or whether it's recyclable or reusable or compostable, is that we need to collect it and then sort it. And so really attention on that needs to be given. But it's not as exciting, you know, to talk about that versus, oh, you know, really cool materials made from this and things like that. But I think we're getting there. It's just going to take some time.
Maybe I'll just throw in an example. I saw Waste Management. I think they have a venture arm, and they invested in this small company that was taking some very difficult recycled waste and making some roofing panels out of them. That was a recent, they highlighted it during the Waste Management Open. I was jealously watching other people play golf. But, you know, making these large panels and being able to equip, you know, large warehouses and manufacturing facilities with these panels made of very difficult multi-source waste streams into a panel. I think the same thing could be done with things like, you know, a pallet that is traditionally made out of wood. You can over design the heck out of, you know, a lot of garbage put together and condensed or pressed for some applications that don't need critical specs and performance. They can be over designed. And so I think finding the right place for the right materials still needs to happen and can be improved upon.
Any other questions? Anyone? One last question. All right, John?
Sounds good.
All right, this is just for Chad. If you could talk a little bit about the challenges when incorporating a bio-based material into not only plastics, but biocomposites, and then how the price point, what does it look like in industry that industry is requiring? Because at the end of the day, a lot of these larger users of these products are still focused on shareholder return rather than stakeholder return. Can you address some of that?
Yeah, and that really addresses why we had to pivot early on as a company. You know, we were going after these low volume opportunities with big companies like John Deere, Case New Holland, Bobcat, and you know, they basically said you have to prove $10,000, $25,000, $30,000 savings in a year in order to justify us to even look at your stuff. And so boom, our margin, you know, went way down, and here we were scrambling, figuring out how are we going to do that. And that really forced us at that point in time to pivot towards consumer facing products where when consumers are in control, some of them are going to be willing to pay a little bit extra or premium for that, you know, sustainable message that's behind that material. And so, but interestingly enough, some of those old conversations and contacts from the large OEMs has come back to fruition, because now they've got sustainability initiatives in place as a company and goals as a company. And now our materials are starting to make a little more sense now, and not so much that they're going to pay more, but hey, instead of showing us a $10,000 or $25,000 savings per year, can you break even? Then we'll talk, you know? And so that's gotten better over time, but initially 10 years ago, it was a showstopper if we were more expensive.
John Veldhuis, you get the final word.
The final word. So I guess I would leave it as this. I mean, we talk about an industry in you know, bio-based, bio-industrial based solutions that's on one hand has some established applications with wood as an example. A lot of what we talked about today is really about replacing an industry or substituting a fraction of an industry that's built off of non-renewable fossil-based innovations, right? And that generations developed before us. Also looking at, as we mentioned, the new informed consumer, a younger generation that's demanding more sustainable solution. I think the outlook is bright. I think there are a lot of people like yourselves, and want to thank you for not only sharing this afternoon with us and to talk about your insights into the industry, but also out there making a difference in innovating and selling and educating. So with that, I'll close the session.
Let's thank our panelists. It is just a couple of minutes after 4 o'clock, so I think we'll get started with our spotlight on entrepreneurs. We have 5, and we're hoping for 6 great entrepreneurs who are going to tell us a little bit about themselves and what they may need. And we're looking forward to their stories. So if you are wondering sometimes about some of the entrepreneurs that AURI gets an opportunity to work with on a regular basis, we brought some of them to the New Uses Forum today. We're going to get a little more information on their products, but also on what they need to move forward with their innovative ideas. And I think we'll just get it started with Sarah. They're going to do their introductions. They each get 5 minutes. So let's do a spotlight on our entrepreneurs. Sarah?
Hi there. So I'm Sarah from Sarah's Tipsy Pies. I started my company in 2012. And today my biggest need right now is making pies more efficiently and quicker, and possibly finding someone to make the complete product. Right now it is a handmade product. Everything is done in my bakery in Stillwater. We do currently use 2 co-packers. We have Atlas Gourmet, who makes some of my savory fillings. The sweet are made in-home or in-house, and then Gregory Foods does make my crust. I'm sorry. My business partner, he was down there distracting me, sorry. We have a lot of orders, and so that's kind of been our biggest issue, which is a great problem to have, but we do like fork every pie. So it is quite daunting with the volumes. We just launched savory in the grocery store, so that should be an interesting new endeavor as well. But yeah, if we could find someone to help with co-packing, the complete solution, that's probably our biggest thing right now. Other than that, I think business is good.
Hi, my name is Mary Hartman. I am the CEO and founder of Stable Feed. It is a boutique equine feed and supplement company based in Rochester, Minnesota. I have right now 5 lines of chia products in my lineup. All of them are patented, and I'm waiting on a 6th patent for one of the products that is unique in that it is a feed-through treatment for equine cancer tumors called sarcoids. And while the chia line of supplements is exciting, what I'm really excited about is that I'm creating a new marketplace for an ancient forage legume called sainfoin. Sainfoin dates back to the 13th century and was in the United States until the 1890s, and it basically just died out because it was hard to grow and you couldn't get as many cuttings as you could from alfalfa. But now, due to modern science, there are new varieties of sainfoin seed that are out there. And in 2020, I worked with the Canadian government and with a grower there, and I'm bringing and growing sainfoin in Minnesota, and I've expanded growers in Montana. So now I've pushed that out into the equine marketplace. It is a really rapidly growing market for it. It's a high value forage. And the reason that I was really excited about bringing this was, I mean, there were so many. I only have 5 minutes. There are environmental benefits, and there's been a lot of talk about the environment and ecology and sustainability. Sainfoin is drought tolerant. It grows in poor soils. It sequesters phosphates, fixes nitrogen. It's got a really large conical shaped flower, so it supports pollinators. And because it takes a month for that bloom to mature, it's got a larger window of opportunity for harvesting. So from an ecological and environmental standpoint, sainfoin is, I think, a very important crop for the future. For the animals, the reason I wanted to bring it here for horses is it's a market that I can probably manage. It's not as big as cattle or sheep and some of the other animals, though it's good for them too. Foraging animals prefer it to alfalfa. It's on par with alfalfa in terms of nutrition, but it has a higher omega-3 ratio, which is great for horses. It's non-gas producing, and gas colic is a problem in horses. It's one of the #1 causes of death. So it's non-gas producing, which is also great for cattle. So you can actually graze cattle on sainfoin all day long, and you don't need to worry about bloat. It's a protected protein or a bypass protein, so the protein utilization is higher with sainfoin. In horses, it gets digested in the hind gut, and in cattle, it's digested in the abomasum. Testing at 3 university centers showed milk production in dairy cows increased 15 to 30%. So as I look at the market I'm creating for equines, I'm also looking forward to expanding this into cattle, sheep, and other areas. The higher condensed tannins in sainfoin also provide for natural parasite control, and in cattle it inhibits E. coli shed. So those are other environmental benefits, but they're also a cost savings for people in the ag sector. Now, the variety of seed that I have and that I grow was released by the Canadian government in 2020. It grows really well with alfalfa and other grasses, which is unique for sainfoin, which previously didn't like competition. So I'm really excited to get this crop going. The biggest challenge that I have with sainfoin is basically Google and growers. So I talk to growers about growing the Glenview variety of seed, and I present them with the information about how to grow it, what it is, why they should grow it. They get very excited about it. And then they go to Google and they Google sainfoin, and they get 20, 30, and 40-year-old information about how difficult it is to grow, how it doesn't compete. And so then they lose their interest in it. So for me, right now, with a really rapidly growing demand in the equine sector, I need to find growers for the sainfoin. So that is that's my biggest challenge at this point. So one last note, and that is that I will be scheduling a webinar with the doctor who designed and developed this particular sainfoin seed. So if you're interested in sainfoin, interested in learning more about it, interested in applying it on your land, know somebody who might want to grow it, stop and see me after this, and I'll get your contact information and invite you to that webinar.
Okay, so I'll try this again with my slide. So I am Sarah from Sarah's Tipsy Pies, and we have been blessed with lots of different revenue streams. So we have a cafe in Stillwater. We've been there for 3 years. In 2015, I got into this Minnesota State Fair. So that quantity alone can be between 15 and 20,000 pies. And then we do catering, food service, weddings, corporate catering, and then food service for cafes and other restaurants. We also are in about 150 locations for frozen retail. So you can see we have sweet for flavors. And then we just launched savory this month, actually. Onion Gouda has been our top seller at the Minnesota State Fair since we launched it in 2016. As for our challenges is the co-packing side of it. It's super hard to find a co-packer to do our volumes too small, but it's too big to continually work like we've been, working. We work 6 days a week at our bakery, and they're long days, and we all love what we do, but it is a lot of pie to fork. So we need to have a complete solution for our pies. So some sort of depositing fillings idea. Everybody always tells me we should have a press, but you can't press cross. It doesn't stick together that way. Press and seal is kind of how we do it. My mom used a fork, and so that's what we do. The inner bag, we put frozen pie in a bag, we make a little glaze packet, we seal it, put it in a bag, put a sticker on it. It is crazy. So we were looking for any sort of help with that piece of it, because we have a lot to do and just little time to do it, it feels like. And anyways, the state fair is coming too, so we need to start working lots of pie. So basically that is Tipsy Pies in a nutshell. Again, thank you.
Hello, my name is Sue Marshall. I'm the founder and CEO of Net Zero. And by the way, I love Tipsy Pies. Who doesn't like adult pies with beer and wine in them? Those of you who know who I am, I love to have my beer and eat it too. Yes. So Net Zero is a state-of-the-art food upcycling platform that powers the safe capture and conversion of industrial food and beverage byproducts, which all of us know what those are today in this room. That's great. Into new food upcycled ingredients at scale. So scale is very, very important. We had a lot of conversations today about the gap between small innovators and large companies. So anytime you're talking about byproducts or food that otherwise would be wasted, you do have an alignment issue. So that's where we are in the upcycled food world. Is there's a lot of great brands out there trying to get big with having upcycled ingredients, otherwise food that would have been wasted, but have a hard time scaling to the likes of a General Mills or a big company like that. So that's where our challenges are. But just to kind of give you a kind of an idea of what the Net Zero platform is, we do have patent pending technology. It is really super cool. And I want to call out to AURI for all the help over 6 years they've given me for the technology itself, the equipment and advice on that, all the way to food science. Thank you, Jason. And all the way to food products and aligning with brands. So we really look at our platform not only being about the equipment, which is patent pending and really cool, but also the knowledge and connections needed to put all of this together to actually have end products made that have upcycled ingredients. So along the bottom there, obviously, woman-owned company. I still own 70% of the company. I've done a couple rounds, angel and friends and family. We are certified B Corp in the state of Minnesota. I did that right away out of the gate. We belong to 1% for the Planet, which gives revenue to that organization for environmental initiatives. And yes, ESG. I had a couple of really good experiences this past week. I had 2 calls with ESG shareholder relation titles from 2 big food companies. That has never happened to me. Usually they're calling from the tech side, but this is ESG shareholder relations. Not Minnesota companies, but big food companies. So that's really encouraging that you're getting that side of these big corporations interested in calling on food technology and agricultural initiatives. So pretty excited about that. The platform is based community engagement model. The technology itself can be put into big beverage companies, that's fine. But we really rolled it out to be a community engagement model. So if you take a look at a brewery, we'll use that example today. Breweries who likes beer, craft beer? So the reason we like craft beer is because we love the grains. So those grains are usually very precious. They're distinct for a reason. We even upcycled Kernza, yay. So those grains usually typically in that case are thrown away or not, or underutilized because they're not big enough to have big commercial semis coming and picking it up and bringing it to farmers. So we purposely did it so we could prove this local model out. Our theory is wherever that food waste is created should be used first in that community, and then what's left then can be distributed more regionally. That's really how we looked at it. Ashley Brown is Director of Business Development and Community Engagement at Net Zero. She's sitting back there. So if you have any questions on our community engagement model, it even includes farmers. Yay, there she is. And then of course, after we process it, which is the recover process, we have a really beautiful facility in St. Paul where we do process, in addition to all kinds of grains, botanicals, eggshell scrap from liquid eggplants. And then we sell those ingredients, which are now upcycled and certified. That is the goal, to get them certified. Jason here is part of the Upcycled Food Association. I'm a founder and executive board member of that trade association. And with help with people like Jason, we have now official certification on back a pack of products. So you can today go to the grocery store next to Fair Trade, non-GMO, and see a UP with a leaf. That means it is an upcycled product with upcycled ingredients. So look for that in your grocery store, and love to talk to you later. And my ask, we are raising a larger seed round in May. We'll launch that, but I'm looking for a strategic on equipment manufacturing. So this would be a large commercial food equipment company, which would be perfect. Or somebody in this room might know somebody, a grain commodities broker. So somebody in either one of those industries would be great strategics for me right now. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Paul Seaves, and I'm the CEO of Prairie Producers. And when they called me and asked me to speak, they said 4 or 5 minutes. And because those of you that know me know that my hearing is not great, I thought they said 45 minutes, not 4 or 5 minutes. So I could give you a ton of information about what we're doing, but they did say just pick out one thing that you've discovered over the years that you've been building this business. And my brother and I have been at this for 2.5 years, and it is a new commodity that we're using, which is industrial hemp. You've heard the stories about industrial hemp, and industrial hemp for fiber is totally different than your CBD and your medical marijuana and everything else. But we do have a struggle there with getting that separated out. Legislation needs to be made that separates out the grain and the fiber, giving us more opportunities to get funding and to get participation in growing. What we have developed at Prairie Producers is a farm system where we contract with farmers to grow industrial hemp for fiber, but we also buy bales of fiber that are out there on the countryside from farmers that are growing for grain. CBD fiber doesn't work. It just doesn't have the quality. The reason why we even got into this is because it's the future. Industrial hemp for fiber can be used in so many different products. And earlier we were hearing about ESG, and we were hearing about environmentally friendly products. And what we're producing, if you know anything about industrial hemp, one thing you will learn about industrial hemp is that it is carbon negative from planting all the way to processing and putting it into a product. It's carbon negative. So it's something that falls right in with the 2030 initiative on getting our world away from petroleum products, or at least reducing carbon and greenhouse gases. And so we got excited about that. We are farmers. Well, we're from a farming background. We're from a small community called Olivia, and we wanted, and it's an economically depressed area. We wanted to bring something to the community that was going to help the community and help the world. And so we're bringing it to the world. The one thing that I want to say is that supply is there and demand is there, but processing is not. We are in an alliance right now, or we're working out the final points in the alliance with other producers. but you can count the number of large fiber processors in the United States on one hand. There needs to be a few hundred processors out there in order for fiber to actually take a good place in the market. We are working with Cotton Inc. We are working with the largest non-woven industry. We're working with so many other companies out there, but the problem is it's industrial hemp. And funding groups don't want to fund it. Bankers still compare it to marijuana. They call it marijuana. And so the challenges have been to get everything up to processing, along with the fact that the funding is very difficult to get. But we're on the way. We're excited about where this is going. We have a lot of associations and cooperatives that we're working with. We're going to get this thing done, and you're going to see it happen in the state of Minnesota. We want to make Minnesota the largest industrial hemp processing state in the union, because we believe in Minnesota farmers. The land here is perfect for it. We grow some of the best industrial hemp. By the way, Cambridge University says that 1 acre of industrial hemp, and probably even better when it's for fiber because we grow such a large population on 1 acre, sequesters what 3 acres of trees would do in carbon. So if we're looking at sequestering carbon, industrial hemp is the answer. If you have any questions, I'd love for you to contact me. Just look online at prairieproducers.com or prairieproco.com, and let's talk, because we need to get this industry rolling. We need to get it. We need to get partners. We need to get you involved. We need to get your companies involved. And so that is, I think my 5 minutes are up. I was prepared for 45, but we'll go with 5. So I really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Sandy Hansen-Wolf, and I am the founder and owner of New Heritage Feed Company. This is not my first merry-go-round in being an entrepreneur in agribusiness. I formerly owned a company called Egg Venture Feed and Seed for 18 years and took that company over blindly 19 years ago when my first husband passed away, and he was the company owner. So baptism by fire in agribusiness for myself. So how did New Heritage start? It started about 4 years ago because I was thinking about how we could be a disruptor within our own company, develop a dynamic within our own company to combat the depleted dairy and beef industry at the time. And I thought, well, who has money when dairy and beef don't? And it's all of the urban and hobby farmers who have the incomes that are supporting their beloved pets. So I thought, I will just develop a animal superfood side of our business that has an essential oil blend that I'll put in chicken feed. And I'll sell chicken feed to people in Sacramento, California. That was the vision at the time. And so that is what I did. And we did become a disruptor within our own company. We actually ended up selling chicken feed by the ton to a lot of local farmers. Central Minnesota was our base, Watkins, Minnesota. And what happened was we started selling beef feed and dairy supplements and goat feed and rabbit feed. And before I knew it, I had a whole brand of products. And since that time, about 4 years ago, about 2 years ago, we realized that my vision was e-commerce and something different, different dynamics to get to the industry and to get to our consumers, and definitely a consumer-driven brand. Give the consumers what they want. And the superfood category for animal food is growing and huge. So since that time, I was approached by one of our vendors to sell Egg Venture because we were disrupting our area a little bit and so on. And they wanted the feed and dairy side. So the company was already split. So I did sell. I was one of the successful exits in agribusiness and sold in December of 2020. And so since then, I have been deciding what should I do with New Heritage, because my team was there, everyone was there. And I also was doing consulting and still am on the side of how do I help other entrepreneurs make this path easier. And so what I know now is I'm very determined that this animal superfood, we have been developing botanic supplements for chickens, goats, and others. You already see it in dog and cat. And my role is ambassador, founder, visionary, and all of the things associated with being an entrepreneur. I know what I'm not good at, and I also know how much work it's going to take to get there. And so what I'm seeking now is a more educated team than myself that will come alongside me, as well as some capital to do it. And the passion is amazing and it's there. And what I'm looking at also is incorporating all the sustainability, ESG, how do we govern our company, and really building that company of the future so that it's consumer friendly, and that is exactly what our consumers are looking for. So I am welcome to any conversations and creative partnerships. That's how I built my last company. And I am excited to see what comes out of this room today from all of the entrepreneurs and people in this room. Thank you.
Check your notes. Somebody took my cheat sheet. Shannon, are we ready to go on, or do we need to wait for a few minutes? Any questions of the entrepreneurs? You heard what their most recent or urgent need is. Anybody have a question, have a comment, have a suggestion on how to solve a problem? They're here to listen as well as share their story. I'll repeat the question, so go ahead.
They have a couple of sealers that we have used that were extremely successful. We bought one and it worked great. And then we bought another one because it had a coder, so we could code instead of manually putting on a grocery store sticker code, which is a pain. So just a thought.
Anyone else? We love working with entrepreneurs. They're enthusiastic, they're energetic, they're optimistic, and they're fun to work for. Thanks for being here today. Well, it's time to announce and introduce to you the AURI Ag Innovator of the Year. And here to make that presentation once again, AURI Executive Director Shannon Schlecht and Farm Bureau AURI Board Representative Carolyn Olson.
Perfect. Thank you, Dan. And it's great to be back up at the podium, and looking forward to our reception following this, and this a great day of conversation and spirited dialogue of looking at what's going on in our food and ag innovation ecosystem, investment trends across the board overall. So I'll get started, and Carolyn will be here shortly as well. Maybe I'll have Ron. Is Ron in the house? I'll have Ron come up, and Federico, if you want to come up as well. Would be great to be up here with me for this. So this is an exciting time of year for AURI in terms of our looking at our portfolio that we have and the work that we do on a regular basis. And it's my pleasure to be up here today to talk about our Ag Innovator of the Year. So we've been doing the Ag Innovator of the Year Award since 2002. and we'll recognize our 2021 Egg Innovator of the Year today. And it's a great way to top off, right, a great day of discussion around innovation and investment. So this award is really around recognizing leadership in the innovation space for a Minnesota company that's really looked at, right, what are opportunities, what the ideation that goes into it, the hard work, the sweat, the tears, right, to really take an idea from concept all the way through to the commercial marketplace. And it's, you know, I often think we're pretty modest. I think we heard that earlier today as well of this. And I see this as an opportunity to really just recognize that hard work, right? And to showcase a company that's done a lot of great things through their time period of really forming this idea and moving it forward. So with that, it is my honor today to recognize New Start Solutions as our Egg Innovator of the Year. So they were founded in 2016. We've been working with them since 2018, and Harold Stanislawski and Riley Gordon have probably been our key contacts. If you guys want to stand back there, they've been doing a lot of work with the team over at New Start Solutions, and have really enjoyed working with them and seeing what we can do to take their idea forward. And their work is really in the bio-based space. So AURI works in food, we work in co-products, we work in renewable energy, and we work in bio-based areas. And I would say that New Start Solutions they're just completely on trend, right? As we think about what's going on in our world overall in terms of a bio-based packaging material. And we look at the change to e-commerce, we look at what's happening with, right, just the number of packages that we get to our houses on a daily basis, right? And just some of the needs that exist for a better solution to what we currently have, and that's being used. So they do everything from packing peanuts, and they'll talk about some of the layered innovations that they're doing to replace styrofoam use, right, and the packages that we receive today. So not only are they on trend with packaging, right, and what's going on with e-commerce, but they're also on trend with what's going on around sustainability. And a lot of what we heard today around ESG and impact investing in that whole space. And I see Carolyn back there as well. Carolyn, if you want to come forward. So I'm just really excited about what New Start Solutions has done, what they're doing here to utilize Minnesota raw materials into this innovative concept. And I'd like to call forward Don, Matt, and Dean at this point to receive the Egg Innovator of the Year award and to share some comments about their journey of bringing an entrepreneurial idea forward. So with that, let's give them a round of applause.
Well, thank you, everybody, for coming. And thank you, Shannon, for the introduction. I want to thank AURI for the award and for recognizing all of our hard work and innovation. My name again is Dean Bartles, and the company is New Start Solutions. I'm one of the owners along with Don Niles and Matt Niles. We make starch resin. And what I mean by that is we have bring in starch, and then we run it through an extrusion process to make resin. And it's very dense. And then we ship that resin all over the world, actually, where it's very densely packed. We put it in super sacks and then ship it to our customers, who then take that and extrude it into one of the products is the biodegradable packing peanuts. Where this process is interesting and really helps out is that we're able to take a product that's very dense and cost effective to ship, where if we didn't have that, we would be shipping the packing peanuts all across the world, and it wouldn't be cost effective for us to do. So this allows us to do that. But what I'm most excited about is our new product that has helped us, and Riley Gordon, I want to thank him for helping us and do with the process and with a lot of the certification and testing that we've done recently on it. But this is what's called a starch sheet, and can be in all different sizes and shapes and thicknesses. But what we've done is we've taken the concept with our packing peanuts and implemented it to the starch sheet. So again, we're able to make the resin, ship the resin all over the world, and then customers will have equipment on site where they can turn it into this product here. Again, the economies of scale of this are really allow us to break ground in areas that people haven't seen before. This product is used a lot in cold chain storage. So you're going to see it in pharmaceutical coolers or like a HelloFresh or something like that, where it's home delivery and the product needs to be not only protected, but insulated as well. And I see, yeah, you'll see the animation of the equipment. And before I get into that, not only are we doing the resin, but we also developed what you see here, the equipment. So that's the extruder, the tooling on that extruder, the downstream, all of that was done in-house. So we really will have a turnkey product where we're supplying the customer with the resin, we're supplying the customer with the equipment, we're supplying the customer with the training and support. So if you have it up, yeah, it looks like you have it up right now. Lost it. If you bring it up one more time. If you lost it, then I can go ahead and just describe it. But basically what that is showing is the resin that's being expanded and it's going through the extruder. And then what will happen is it'll come out in a tube shape. It'll flatten once it goes through that tube shape. There you go. And then you'll see it go through a cutting or slitting phase, then a cutting phase where it will cut to size, and then a lamination phase where that's very important, where you can get thickness. You can do multi-levels of thickness, and then we have it showing off here where it's just going to go off onto a pallet. But customers then could custom make the sheet to any size that they wanted, and you have it come off the line to line a box. That's what I have. We're going to be over in the reception area. You'll see us. We're the three bald guys with black shirts on. So feel free to come over and talk to us. And again, thank you very much for the award.
Hi, I'm Don Niles, and I'd just like to say thank you to everyone at AURI for the great help. Thank you, Harold, for being the initiator of getting AURI involved and bringing Ryan into this process. He's been invaluable, and the support we've received from AURI has been terrific. So let's give AURI a hand too, because they're terrific. One of the most exciting things about this venture, I'm an attorney by trade until 2016 when my brother and Dean roped me into entrepreneurship. But it's been that fact that so many people have told us this can't be done. And my brother, who has been working with starch for over 25 years, and Dean, who has been marketing starch-based products for over 25 years, have taken this concept to reality. And it's just been a tremendous thing to see these two work together to bring this to success. Matt will go and work with customers or people looking in this area who are hiring PhD scientists from MIT and working with these types of extruders, and he'll tell them how to calibrate the extruders, and they'll say that won't work, this can't be done, it's never been done this way, and lo and behold, look what we have today. So for those of you who are all entrepreneurs in the room, keep working because you know it can be done, and we'll be successful, and good luck to all of you also. Thank you very much for this award.
Fantastic. Well, that wraps up our events for the day. We've got a great reception with some Minnesota food products and a lot of great conversation, I think, to be had from what we've heard throughout the day here as well. So thank you to the AURI board for everything that you do to support innovation and entrepreneurism and the utilization of the crops that are produced here in the state as well. And thank you to everyone here, right, for your role in the ecosystem and advancing these opportunities. With that, Dan, is there anything further from a housekeeping standpoint that I need to do?
There is not. We'll see everybody back here tomorrow at 8 for the welcome comments, and then Dr. Neal will be our keynote address about 8:10 tomorrow morning, and we'll hear about all the programs at USDA.
Perfect. Sounds great. Thank you, everyone. Congratulations again, New Start Solutions.